What phone are you using right now?
Big question. So I've been flicking between Android and iPhone for quite a long time, and ultimately I've settled on this.
Kids nowadays want to become content creators. Like when we were kids, it used to be astronaut or, sports star or something. There is definitely a part of me that goes, dude, you don't know what you're talking about. You have no idea what this takes.
Honestly, I am burnt out most days of the week currently.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Did you ever consider moving to America?
Yes.
Do you think American YouTubers are the highest earning YouTubers in the world?
I'd be very surprised.
Also about your nutrition, but even with the best diet, some nutrients can be hard to get, and AG1 can help fill those gaps. AG1 delivers optimal amounts of nutrients in forms that help your body perform. AG1 makes foundational nutrition easy because there aren't a million different pills and capsules you have to keep track of. It's just one scoop mixed in water. It's such an easy routine to keep in the mornings. Ingredients in AG1 are selected for absorption, nutrient density, and potency, and are intentionally picked to work in sync with the whole formula for optimal impact. They are seriously committed to quality. AG1 is tested for hundreds of contaminants and impurities, and they're constantly reformulating their recipe to dial it in. This is all part of why I've partnered with AG1 for years. So get started with AG1 this holiday season and get a free bottle of vitamin D3, K2, and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase at drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. That's a $76 value gift for free if you go to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. Seriously, get on this.
The time has come to build the future of the Mr. Who's the Boss studio. We have one key goal with this, something that's going to allow us to make more videos than we've ever made, and also better videos than we've ever made. So we've actually got two studios in this new house. We've got Studio A, which is what we're sitting in right now. I want this to be a really similar style of room to what we used to film in. Camera, then me at my desk, and then a really cool background, but just very much upgraded from what we had. And then Studio B, which is the outbuilding, that is where we can go absolutely crazy and just build the room of our fantasies. So let's talk cameras. Previously, we used to use a really high-end Sony FX6 camera for our main studio, but then any time that we film in any other room, which over time we have started to do a lot more of, we've been filming with one of these much smaller, much less good Sony a7S III cameras. So I think the goal here should be to film every single video taken in this entire home on an FX6, which means we are going to have to get 3 of them. 1, 2, 3. Oh my God. I mean, I have already somewhat come to terms with the fact that we are investing a large part of what we've earned so far to make our videos better in the future. But still, seeing figures like this in your basket is it's not an everyday occurrence. So then the microphone we've been using for a really long time actually is the Sennheiser MKH416. It's already a really good mic. And it's actually such a good mic that you probably have noticed the difference in past videos anytime I move from filming in the studio to filming out and about where I'm having to wear one of these little lav mics. Those sound terrible compared to the main Sennheiser one. But the cool thing we can do here, because we're building this from the ground up, is A, get an even better mic, and then B, make sure that each of those mics is pre-rigged up to each of those Sony FX6 cameras that we're getting, which means that any video we film in this house, we can have prime audio quality. Okay, so let's see if there's anything better. There's the MKE600, the MKH418, MKH30. What is up with these names? Part of the reason that the microphone market is so convoluted is that sometimes there isn't just a better and a worse. Different microphones are designed with different pickup patterns. So some will collect all the sound in a 180-degree radius. Others will be super narrow and focused on exactly what's in front of them. And that's kind of what we want, because we want to be able to hear me really clearly and then nothing else, none of the planes, trains, cars that are happening around me. And this looks like the absolute highest tier implementation of that. Let's do it. Oh my God, we need to get 3. Okay, this is where it gets fun. Now we get to decide what actually goes behind me when I'm filming videos. Like right now we have 2 TV screens and then one smaller screen in the middle, and we kind of put together these cool little backdrops themed based on the video we're filming. How can we take that to a whole other level? We could get like 3 massive TVs that span the wall, but then you'd kind of lose out on some ceiling height. But what's the biggest TV you can buy? So it seems like it's 98 inches. £34,000. I mean, if this was our entire background, then fine. But even 3 of those isn't going to come close to covering this wall. Oh, this is interesting. Let's ignore the price for now. So this is a digital signage panel. It's like a TV, but it's more designed for advertising and billboards, I assume. Oh my God, wait, I'm just thinking to myself right now. Imagine if we're filming videos and the entire background behind me is screen, and we can just swap it out at any moment for anything. Is there such thing as like a video backdrop for filming? Virtual production. So essentially massive screens designed with exactly this in mind. I mean, this is the kind of thing that like TV shows use nowadays. You know, like The Mandalorian, that was filmed using a massive wraparound immersive display. There's one here called VOO, your creative technology partner for next generation content. Oh my goodness. So they basically have a massive library of virtual environments that you choose from, customize yourself, and they appear across your entire wall. We might be able to do something here that no YouTuber has ever done before. We could film in all of these places. And because this isn't like a green screen where you use an editing program afterwards to cut the person out, this is gonna look real. This is actually shot using a virtual production studio. The transitions we can do. I don't think I've ever been as immediately sold on something as I am right now. I see it. This is the obvious next step in the Mr. Who's the Boss studio. Oh yeah, this is also where we can fully optimize all our other stuff, like tripods. We spend so much time fiddling with each individual leg of our tripod to make sure our camera is completely level before we shoot. Automated tripod. Oh my God, wait. This is everything I've been looking for. It actually just does it on its own. So we could just pre-program a bunch of different heights that we tend to use and never ever touch the legs again. It even works on uneven ground. That is so ridiculously impressive. So let's get 3. In terms of desks, we actually found some really good ones when we were shopping for the office video. The only thing I'm thinking is, you know, when we film, I put a lot of heavy objects on this table that could end up scratching or breaking it. Oh, they actually have an even higher end one. The E7Q. Max load is 300 kilograms. I feel like this is the way to go. We'll get one of these for this Studio A. I feel like Studio B is gonna need something even more extravagant. Oh, also for that office, we bought the steel case gesture chairs. They're actually awesome. I think we'll just get the same brand. Oh yeah, lighting. We used to have one light from this company, Aperture, and it is the biggest, best, brightest, softest light that I own. But then the problem was the rest of our lights are all from different companies. Before we film each time, we'd be fiddling around with 3 or 4 different apps to tweak 3 or 4 different sets of lights that all don't quite match with each other. So I suppose the dream would be if we can get every single bit of our lighting from this one company and then just use this one app, the Sidus Link Pro, to control everything. So we need to get 2 of these, the main light sources. We should get the Light Dome 3 to fit on top. This is going to both soften the light, but also allow you to direct it so it doesn't spill onto the background. The Infinibar PB12. This is kind of amazing because we use tube lights like this all the time. One really annoying thing about them is when you put them down, they don't stay still. So something that's square actually makes a whole lot of sense. Oh, we should get these too for the smaller sections, like the hair light that comes directly above me. Okay, that's enough Aperture lights. Now, Studio B is where we have some real fun. Now, I've been toying with a few different ideas about this. Originally, I thought, okay, it'd be cool to have something really homely and cozy. But then we've already got our actual house and we're also trying to make it really easy to film here. So why build 2 living rooms? So then I realized if we already have the normal desk style studio and we already have the home, then this can actually just be the ultimate futuristic Mr. Who's the Boss themed tech paradise that we can film all the other types of videos in. So there's got to be a TV area in there. That's where we're going to test the consoles, the controllers, the speakers. I want everything to feel futuristic. It'd be really cool if we can actually get a futuristic TV. Yeah, not that kind of future. I've tested it. It's not for me. Wait, what? Oh, this is kind of perfect. It's actually got the cabinet baked into the TV itself. And it's so thin. Wait. You pay $9,999 using the promo code. I don't have a lot of confidence this is gonna work. Oh my God. It actually did. Okay, fine. This is actually so exciting. You know, because before, we didn't have any dedicated spaces to film different products in. So anytime we test something that basically wasn't a phone, we would almost always have to specifically clean and relight an entire new room just for like a 1 minute section. But if we build this space with every single type of product in mind, then when we're testing those products, we can just slot them into the part of the setup that they're made for. Okay, so another product that I think we need to get is a central swivelable chair. But this is going to be such a central piece in the room that we have to make sure it reinforces this whole futuristic design language. Wait, what? I mean, it just looks like a toilet. Oh my God. Wow, they look supremely comfortable. The only thing I'm thinking is this dude is doing quite a lot of wobbling. Oh, the other option is just that we go for something really, really comfy. Probably makes sense. Okay, what else do we need? Oh yeah, like a desk setup. This is the room in which I want to make sure we're getting the absolute highest end stuff so that when we test other products, we know that there are no bottlenecks on our end. So there is, of course, the Apple Pro Display XDR. Here's a great display. It's just 5,000? To be honest, I think I just want to swallow the bill and use the display that I already know is very, very good. And then the Razer Basilisk V3 Pro for the mouse, the Razer Black Widow V4 Pro for the keyboard. This is gonna look so good in white. And obviously we're not gonna put the LEDs like this, we'll just make them all blue. It's actually kind of poetic that the first mechanical keyboard I ever bought was a Razer Black Widow. So we've got the console area, we've got the PC area. I also think it'd be really cool to have a sofa area. Wow. Is this real? Now what's the difference between white and ice? This is perfect. Every piece of this brand of furniture can come with LEDs inside. So what if we could match that to the lighting in the rest of the room? With LEDs inside. So what if we could match that to the lighting in the rest of the room? We also have individual chairs. This is too cool. Oh yes. So I feel like that's most of the loose products that are going to go in the room. I feel like it'd be so cool if we had a massive Mr. Who's the Boss logo that you saw as soon as you walked in, and like acoustic paneling all across the walls to keep the noise levels really low. And also, if we can find a way to actually bake lighting into the room itself, the whole thing could be like one switch. But that's definitely going to need to be a custom job, so let's make some calls. So we made a lot of calls. These two studios have been by far the most complex, but easily also the most rewarding rooms to put together. We got the massive cinema quality wraparound screen setup in Studio A, which took many, many individual panels, each fitted one by hand. Then I broke some by falling into the thing. I was reviewing it, so we got it made again. And then as for the second studio, well, everything has changed. We created a brand new floor that allowed us to hide sockets everywhere. We created a new ceiling using this layer of tracking that allowed us to mount acoustic fabric on top to improve the sound. We added air conditioning in the middle of it, and lighting. We spent 4 months rigging this room up with an industrial quality lighting setup, all finished off with translucent stone panels with, you guessed it, the Mr. Who's the Boss logo bang in the middle. So let's start with Studio A. Now this used to be the garage, which is about the worst room in the house that you could film in. Because right in front of us, we had this thin metal door that lets every bit of outside noise in and bounces every bit of inside noise back at you, so you get tons of echo. So we haven't actually removed it. We've just buried the thing with about 20 centimeters of rock wool, which is incredibly good for absorbing sound because it's really fibrous. There's a board on top of that, and then even more acoustic paneling on top, as well as on every other inch of the room. The lighting is an even bigger upgrade though. Because we've now got about 3 times as much space compared to the old setup to work with, we've got 2 massive dome lights instead of the one that we used to have. These are way brighter than smaller lights. But it's not just about brightness. The other benefit of having larger light sources like this is that they spread the light so it looks softer on your face. And I actually look pretty for once. That's all relative. We've got 4 light bars for side lighting compared to the one that we used to. You might have noticed on some old videos this very subtle outline around me. That is from the side light. It's been really good for separating me from the background. So just as an example, if we turn all the room lights off now, so you see this light on my cheeks and on the side of my face, that's because of these guys. It creates so much more shape. There's a tiny little hair light up here. This is like the cream on the cake for lighting. It just means that you can see the entire outline of my face and the top half doesn't disappear into the background. And then it's all finished off with the dome lights, which are the cake itself. And then this is where we keep all of our spare tube lights. These are basically the easiest, quickest way to light up any room. So anytime that we're filming in a room that's not a studio, that already has all the lights kind of baked into it, we can take 2 tubes from here, we plop them in the room we're filming in, and we are good to go. And then the second we're done, we put them back in this case, and they are all automatically charging. Such a good system. The desk. Concrete floors. So this desk is the FlexiSpot E7Q, and this thing has been an absolute godsend. The main difference from my old desk just being the fact that this is rock solid. Like, I cannot actually move the thing an inch, which is so great compared to the rickety piece of cardboard that we used to use to film our old videos on. Plus, the fact that we've managed to go for a way bigger surface than before means that we no longer have to cram everything together when we're testing a bunch of products. We've got the same steel case gesture. Whoa! I genuinely need speed ramps around here. Stop me doing that, please. We've got the same steel case gesture chairs that we have in the office, but since this room is like the Mr. Who's the Boss command center, we got a custom Mr. Who's the Boss version of it. But let's not kid around. Just before we get to Studio B, this is really the hero feature of Studio A. This is the VU One, which is a combination of a massive screen specifically designed for filming, so it's very bright, very customizable, and absorbs pretty much all reflections, with a powerful computer that sits in this rack here, which allows you to make the most of that screen. So this is the new studio. I'm of course kidding. This is the new studio. It's actually our old studio. That's actually so cool that we can perfectly recreate that here. And now I'm outside, which makes a change. I'm in someone else's house. We're in a desert. I can literally be anywhere. Is that an antelope? And this right here is an antelope in its natural habitat. Was that bad?
I liked it.
Okay, as long as she's happy. So, at its base level, this is the VU Studio software. It's a web page, not an app, because they're changing things far too often for it to be worth getting approval from Apple every time they want to do something. So we scroll through the lists of probably tens of thousands of backgrounds. You pick one, and that is displayed all across this display here. And unlike filming in front of, let's say, a green screen, this is real. This is actually happening in the room that we're filming in. And that matters because let's say we change the scene to something with much more obvious pink sunset lighting. That light is actually bleeding onto me, the desk, and everything on the desk, which wouldn't happen if the environment was just edited in afterwards. Plus, things like the reflections on products or objects that have any kind of transparency. These are things that would previously kill the green screen illusion, but here, they just further immerse you in it. It's kind of like if you ever watched Star Wars: The Force Awakens. Yes, not the best Star Wars movie, don't kill me. Even though the lightsabers in that film, obviously they weren't real, when they filmed that movie, the actors would actually hold prop sabers that still emitted that light because seeing that light bounce onto things is the best way to make your effect convincing. Plus, something that you would very much struggle to do with a green screen, here you can get a second camera and actually get a real second angle of the same scene. And with every background, there's a whole load of settings. Things like exposure, things like color saturation, blur, which is particularly handy because let's say I want to make this background seem like it's further away from me than it actually is. Done. I can scale up and down the background. I can rotate. Oh my goodness, that looks terrible. Welcome to the new studio, guys. This is where it all comes together. So this is pretty cool, right? Nice little fire in the background, but it's not as convincing as it could be. Because if there was a fire that big, that close to me, then you would expect there to be not just a little bit of flicker on the table over here, but the entire scene would be flickering, right? So one tap on here, and those are now orange, so they're bleeding that fire's color onto my sides. Another tap, and the hair light will now match that same orange hue. But even these massive domes, each one can display every single color, so I can even have it on my face. And it's not even just flat colors. There are literally programmable special effects with this lighting. For example, this is a fire mode, and I mean, it's just concerningly good, really, isn't it? Beautiful, some may say. There's one more thing, one little sprinkle of magic. So if I click here, this is VU's AI. And the idea is that you can use this AI to do everything you could want to on this screen. Let me upload the original Windows XP wallpaper, and then let's just ask it to turn it into a seamlessly looping video. So this isn't something we're gonna get right on first go. There's a lot to learn. It's a pretty damn good start. I'm so excited. And then the thing shooting all of this content is one of the FX6 cameras that we bought. Now, you might be wondering at this point, why did we buy 3 of them? Well, one is here. The second is over here. This is the rig that we're planning on shooting just about every video around the house with. And I won't lie to you, this is one of my proudest achievements. This one rig is everything that you need to shoot a YouTube video all stuck together into one contraption. So it's this very high-end cinema camera, which we have made wireless thanks to this chunk of a battery on the back, which gives the whole system 3.5 hours of runtime, and notably charges with USB-C. That's the best microphone that we could find, permanently connected to the rig and always powered on by it. And this is a special kind of awesome because we've pre-decided what is the optimal distance for me to stand from this camera based on the lens that we're using. And this mic is set up so that it will sound its best when I'm standing in that optimal position. We've got cushioned wheels, which means it's not just easy to move around, but you can also film while moving it around to get these beautiful cinematic sweeping style shots. And then the whole thing is carried by this self-leveling tripod that we bought, which fixes pretty much the final remaining issue of, well, messing around with tripod legs. If you've been there, you'll know. You just set it to the height you want, and then it will correct its own angle, and it's not been wrong once. And then the third FX6 camera is sitting in Studio B. And it's finally time to go see it. So the reason that we even have 2 studios at all is that while Studio A is insanely cool and it's going to make our videos easier and better, that studio is specifically designed for presenting. But there are also plenty of times when we're filming when you want to plug something into a computer, test something on a TV, or just run around generally and interact with products and be done. And that is the essence of Studio B. You might look around this room and think, oh, cool, you went and bought some Philips Hue lights. Nuh-uh. Don't get me wrong, Philips Hue is fantastic for adding some ambience to your living room, but to actually create a next-generation professional studio, we've decided to go for something called DMX lighting. It has meant that the lighting we've been able to put into this room is the same lighting that you see across like the biggest buildings in the world, exhibitions, and concert stadiums. Because the first problem it solves is brightness. Can you hear me? Side note, Philip, how have we ended up in a situation where we have more cable than light strip? Anyway, let's plug you into there. The point I wanted to make is a Philips Hue light strip will emit about 500 lumens of light per meter. A cheap light strip that you get on Amazon, probably closer to 300. The light strips that we fitted into this room emit 1,100 lumens. And there are 180 of them. Before we put these stone panels on top, we had to make absolutely sure that the lighting behind the stone was bright enough that you could still see it even through it, but also even enough that you can't see the individual LEDs when you're looking at the panel. This is really cool. We actually tested this using a miniaturized version of this full wall, which even has the exact same kinds of cutouts on the back to make these waved shaped parts brighter than the rest of the wall. And long story short, we figured out that 180 strips allowed us to have that perfect final result. There's another benefit though. With a typical household lighting solution like Philips Hue, you'll also reach a limit in terms of the number of different lights you can add. Something between 30 to 50 and above, and problems will ensue. Here, every single one of those 180 light strips, and the 20 lamps in the ceiling, and the furniture, all of these things are based on the DMX protocol, which means each of them is individually addressable. Every single one can be its own different color, but also every single one can sync together for room-wide animations, which is going to make for some amazing backgrounds for B-roll shots. And we've hidden away controllers and drivers, which is the stuff that takes in what we're asking this thing to do and converts it into the result, that are very high end, so that the lighting responds immediately to what you do and it animates in a way that is more fluid and dynamic than I think I have ever seen before. Oh, it's just surreal, isn't it? But the biggest reason that a lot of industry chooses to use DMX is that you can do absolutely anything with it. The interface is not as pretty as Hue, but let's say for one video, we wanted to make it look like it's blue and icy on this side of the room, and it's red and fiery, and there's a real flickering flame racing towards that ice and eating it up during the video. We could do that. There's one more finishing touch we can add to the lighting. It's Lepro, our sponsor. And the crazy thing about these things is that they have an AI lighting design assistant, and you just basically tell it what you want. Red and green, for some reason. And then look, instantly, every single one of these lights will change at once to mimic those colors. And if you look at this, you can even choose how they display those colors. But because this is AI, you don't have to be as rigid with your commands. So, Christmas party. And look at that. It's got the green, it's got the white, it's got the yellow, the red. That is exactly what I associate with Christmas. But the single coolest thing for me has to be the music syncing. So you can get music syncing on basically all smart lights, but they all work in the same way. They use their microphone to basically just reflect the intensity of the music. Whereas these use Lipro's Lightbeats technology to simulate human hearing and actually make them dance the way that you think they should. Link in the description below. Now, the second key pillar of this room is sound. We wanted it to feel like you're walking into a bubble when you come in here. This separate world where all we need to think about is filming. Doesn't matter if the neighbors are gardening, doesn't matter if there are planes flying over. In our old place, we would have to stop filming probably on average once every 20 minutes because of something or another. And I was very aware when planning out this room that this was our one chance to make sure that doesn't happen again. So we got blackout blinds over here, which is useful both to give us full control over lighting, but also these things have an extra layer of material inside of them to cut the sound traveling through them by about 50%. The entire ceiling is fitted with sound-absorbing fabric. We've got fabric on the walls with actually some pretty dense sound-absorbing foam directly behind that fabric. And then finally, this long runner rug, which just helps to take out a little bit of that echo in the space. And that leads me to the final pillar of the room, the gear itself. And while we're on the subject of audio, we finally have a way to test audio. This right here is a very high-end binaural microphone designed to mimic how sound is picked up by the human ear. So you know all those times where I've tested audio products in the past and I can hear them perfectly because I'm with them, but it's been really hard for you to appreciate them on your end? Well, this, or should I say this, is going to go a long way towards fixing that. I'm really sorry if I freaked you out with that. The camera in this room is identical to the second rig you saw, which is perfect for this space because this is the room where we don't want any trailing wires because all we want to do is grab the camera, wheel it into the position we want, and hit record. And that is also why I wanted to make absolute sure that the central chair can also swivel, because just moving this camera around this room, following this chair, that alone will give us like 20 different filming angles. This LG TV is definitely the largest, highest picture quality TV that I have ever owned. And the benefit to that is, let's say we're testing a new games console. If there's any imperfections, then with a screen like this, we're going to be able to see them. So it makes this a really good reference area specifically for testing. But also, I really appreciate how instead of having a wire dangling out the back of the TV plugs into its stand first, which then plugs into the mains, which allows you to make every cable disappear. This is good product design. Then we've got the desk setup. So any keyboards, mice, computer accessories, all of that kind of stuff, we can test here. And powering this setup is something actually kind of bonkers. So this is from PC Specialist. It's actually a one-to-one mirror of the PC that we have in the cinema room in terms of specs. So 24 core up to 6 GHz i9 processor, RTX 4090 graphics, and 8 terabytes of M2 SSD storage. But the PC case is completely different. When I found this one online, my first thought was actually, why is it called Johnsbow? It's like the least cool name for the coolest PC case ever. But I also knew that we needed this thing here. So yeah, these guys killed it. They even managed to get LED cabling into it, which just looks so epic. So this is definitely one of those rooms that's going to evolve over time. We're going to move stuff. We might decide that these shelves are actually the perfect place to have a little hall of fame where only the best products get to stay on them. Whatever happens, a lot of good memories are going to happen here. So this is the end of the Dream House series. And I guess, welcome to chapter 2. We are about to turn this room into the most technologically advanced, next-level cinema and gaming room that you have probably ever seen. I'm literally about to get a call in 8 minutes, and on that call, we actually need to lock in and buy the products that we might well be using for the rest of our lives. And then we will set it up, and we'll experience it together for the first time. I cannot tell you how excited I am. So when I first walked into this room, here's how I thought this was going to go. I thought, oh, cool. The room already has such good noise isolation. We're going to be able to get an awesome projector for like £5,000. Speakers will probably be another 4,000, and then the blank screen, maybe another 1,000. £10,000 total, and it's going to be awesome. But wow, have we seen some crazy stuff you can do to take it further. The first of which is, this is going to be a gaming room just as much as it is a cinema room. So we spent the first couple of days just deciding exactly which gaming consoles we wanted to fill it with, adding in extra TVs and finding a way to hide them in the room, and then realizing that we'd already hit our initial budget with that alone. But things only started to get really crazy when we headed to a place called Pulse Cinemas to find out what was possible with the audio and the projector parts of this dream cinema room. And it was super cool because these guys had actually built 3 different tiers of cinema, and each level introduced new layers of technology. But even their tier 1 cinema system, which by the way started at £30,000, had some very cool things going on. Like, one problem that you need to solve if you're going for a high-end cinema is you've got a massive screen in front of you, right? But then where do the speakers go? Yeah, you can put them on the sides, but we very quickly realized that you're going to get the best sound if at least some of those speakers are directly in front of you and facing you. So learning number 1 is that you can't just stick like a whiteboard on your wall as your screen. The best screens are made of woven fabric that is acoustically transparent, so it doesn't interfere with the sound at all, so that you can put some of your speakers behind it. But there is a lot more that we've realized you can do and that we're going to try to do.
So that's going to diffuse the sound. So it's going to reflect the sound back into the room. If you just put absorption into a room, it would sound like, I don't know if you've ever been to an anechoic chamber, but it would just sound horrible.
Oh dear. So yes, turns out you actually don't just want absorption, like we have here. If you're trying to build a perfect cinema, then you have to actually balance out audio absorption, reflection, and diffusion to make sure that the sound is traveling in the right way around your room. The only remaining thing to do then was to settle into these uber plush reclining chairs to actually see what this £30,000 investment results in.
I've had a string instrument so deep.
And that's partly because this was a 7.2.4 surround sound system. You actually see these numbers thrown around quite a lot in this world, so just so you know, the first number means how many main speakers you have. The second is the number of subwoofers you have, which handle your deep bass notes. Most casual home cinemas will have 1, but these guys went for 2. And then the third number is the number of ceiling speakers, if any, just because those can add a whole extra dimension. So with that, I was so curious, what on earth could tier 2 do? Well, this was a £60,000 room. And as well as the obvious projector and speaker quality upgrade, the other immediately obvious thing is you can't see any of the speakers. This room is showing how if you use the same acoustically transparent material as we previously had just for the screen for your walls too, you can actually create a completely next level bonkers sound setup in which you see no speakers. And that's so cool. But also, it's at this sort of what I would call very high priced tier that you start to come into another conundrum. So most home cinemas will need some sort of power amplifier as the brains to process all the audio and video signals, to give you the ports to connect up to all your speakers, and to provide the power needed to drive them. But when you get to the high end, you start to realize that you're going to get better performance if you split this functionality into multiple boxes. So having a completely separate box dedicated just to processing and upgrading your audio signals, and then another just for upgrading your video signals. And that's what they've introduced with this setup. So we tested it.
Any carrier in the sector, please respond.
Feel it in my bones.
It's actually quite hard to describe to you how ridiculously impressive this second setup was. Like, my legs were actually shaking when the bass notes hit.
Okay, so tier 3. Ooh.
Wow.
Now, as you can probably tell, I was trying to keep my cool because, you never want to get too excited around people trying to sell you stuff. But my God, I mean, this might just be the prettiest room I've ever seen, full stop. But then the guy introduced me to what this room is really about.
It's actually more.
£1,000 has 4 powerful subwoofers at the front. Those subwoofers fire out a wave of bass anytime there's a low note in what you're watching or playing, and then the back of the cinema is lined with 4 more of the exact same subwoofers. And this is where it gets interesting because these are called the absorbing array, which basically sends out the same signal that the front is sending out, but just inverted in order to cancel that sound out, and then slightly delayed by the amount of time that it takes the front sound to reach the back of the room. And so Trinnov is basically the processor that allows super advanced stuff like that to be calculated. But why? Well, essentially to make sure that bass doesn't reverberate. It booms, you feel it in your soul, and then it cuts to dead silence again to give you the maximum possible audio dynamic range. The ability for one moment to be explosive and the next to be a whisper. So we had a listen to this absolutely bonkers tier 3 setup, and yeah, I had never experienced anything like that before. The sound was just bonkers. Like, it felt like a sphere around my head, and the music was swimming in my brain. But no, obviously we didn't just see that and then buy that. I mean, we've spent a lot of time in showrooms since then. We've seen screens that can actually extend to match the aspect ratio of your movie or game. We've seen audio processing boxes taller than I am that actually have eyes for some reason. And we've seen seating, my friends. Seating so comfortable that, oh my God, I swear at some points I was physically unable to pay any attention to what the sales guy was telling me. And so, this is what I'm thinking right now. We found a company called Meridian Audio who's going to do our speakers. Out of everything we tried, they were the pinnacle. We're going to end up going for, I can't quite believe I'm saying this, but 21 speakers and 12 subwoofers. And then to finish the whole thing off, we managed to find not just an acoustically transparent screen, but also an acoustically transparent fabric that's going to cover every single wall so you don't see a single speaker. And projector-wise, I initially came into this thinking I was going to get a Sony or a JVC, the consumer-facing brands. But through our travels to these various showrooms, we found this company called Barco, and they usually deal directly with businesses, so I'd never heard of them. But the brightness of those projectors versus the JVCs, it's actually a big difference. Maybe because they're designed for bigger commercial cinemas. And the seating, we decided it has to be the masterminds that made this thing right here. And turns out that is a company called Movia, who seem to have a whole load of different base designs and materials, but then they're also completely modular. So you can actually configure the exact arrangement of those designs. So this guy's gonna call in about a minute. The price really adds up when you start adding arrays of speakers.
Hi Aaron, how are you doing?
So we've had a look through the quote. We're happy to go ahead with it.
That's brilliant, that's great news. Even small private cinemas that are run by film clubs and stuff like that, very few of them get to this sort of level. It's going to be probably one of the very best private cinemas in this country.
All right.
We're going to be playing Smash on it.
We're going to be plugging a Nintendo Switch into it, yeah.
Wow.
Now, I thought from the point of placing that order, this would be a 1-month job. Yet again, foolish ambition. It actually took 4 months, for a few reasons. We had to tear down every single existing panel on the walls. We had to fit 4 ceiling speakers, 12 subwoofers, and 17 wall speakers, which, to be honest, the only crazier thing than hearing that number is seeing it. Remember, every one of these speakers contains multiple speaker cones. Then we had to refit new panels on top in a very carefully controlled combination of super high quality noise isolation pads with the very best sound diffusion panels we could find, all painted black and then finished with our acoustically transparent black fabric going around the whole room. And then finally, because the team who was building it had to do a lot of testing, constantly tweaking the arrangement of things using this multi-array microphone to check the results at each stage until it was just perfect. And that is now. Inside this room is one of the greatest cinema room and gaming rooms ever created. And I haven't even tested it yet. We're about to do it together on camera, and I am about to pee myself with excitement. Welcome.
So I'm going to take you around the room like this, and it's just going to keep building. Starting with the console cabinet. Weirdly, this is one of my proudest achievements ever. We started out with a plain cutout in the wall, and we quickly realized two issues. One, that all the consoles are different heights, so you had just a ton of wasted space. But the bigger issue was cables. We had like 30 different cables trailing all over the place. Because I am obsessive to an annoying level, I didn't just want the consoles to be powered on. I wanted to create a space where every single controller of every console is also always plugged in, always fully charged. And so, with a bunch of carefully placed plinths, false walls, and shelves, we have actually pulled that off. You basically can't see a cable. So, what hardware did we go for? Well, from left to right, you can see we've got 4 PlayStation 5 Slims. There's actually a very good reason for that, which I'm getting to. But what I want to show you now is one of the key problems that we were trying to avoid, which is what console does this controller connect to? Then I remembered that Sony themselves actually sell alternate colored plates, and then realized that they also sell controllers that matched to the color of those plates. So yeah, one thing led to another, and now we have 4 color-matched PS5s, which is just surreal. There's the PlayStation Portal here, which again, does actually charge here. It's like secretly connected magnetically to a very stealthy cable behind it. This is a console that's had a little bit of a character arc for me. When it first released, I thought, wow, that's a very overpriced, empty piece of hardware. But as soon as you have really good, stable internet, and also you have a specific use case for it in mind, it can be an absolute game changer, like it is in this set. This thing plays a pivotal role in what we're trying to do here. Then this is a 1 terabyte Xbox Series X. This is basically just for Halo. I've been obsessed with Halo ever since I was like 10 years old. And since Halo already has 4-player split screen on one console, it'd be absolutely silly to get 4 Xboxes. Also, I absolutely love these Razer chargers we've got for all the Xbox and PlayStation remotes. We went through a lot of different ones with RGB lighting, ones that tried to match the designs of the consoles. Nothing beats the look, the feel, and the quality of these. And then, of course, we have the Nintendo Switch corner. And as silly as it does feel to have this little tablet that's like a third of the power of a modern-day phone, Nintendo makes great games. And the fact that on just one of these things, you can have 8 people playing multiplayer games at 60 frames per second will forever be an embarrassment to everything on that side. You gotta love the optimization. And then in here, this has always been a dream of mine to do. So for a long time, we've used these knockoff Nintendo Switch Pro controllers. They're very customizable, they're fun to look at, but they're a little cheap and you can kind of tell. And somehow 3 of the 4 of those controllers I use have managed to develop some form of joystick drift. Not this time. I wanted to do everything in this house to the highest possible standard. We wanted to have the best controllers with also the best customization. So every single one of these Switch controllers is an official Nintendo Switch Pro controller, but custom painted by Colorware. And I cannot believe how good it's turned out. Oh yeah, and the final thing in this console cabinet seems really boring, but is actually so cool. This is an HDMI matrix. So this connects every single output device, like a PlayStation, an Xbox, a Nintendo Switch, with every single input device in this room. Because yes, there are multiple screens here. So every single device in this entire room is allocated one of these numbers, and then you just tap these buttons to decide which screen those devices can display their image on. Now, up here, we've got 2 side cabinets. So these were not here when we first got the house. We got them made because there's a few extra things that we wanted to add to this room, starting with the tech shelf. Now, to most people, this is probably going to look like a dumpster fire, but I'm hoping, given that you're watching this video, you will see this for the art piece that it is. So these 2 are making sure that every device has the fastest internet and the fastest data transfer. Like everything where possible is wired, not wireless. Then you got a layer of plugs. And this isn't fun, but I think it's really important when you're building a room like this, where you might be powering something that's sitting on the other side of it, that you just label them so you know what's what. Now, underneath that is something called the Blue Sound node. And the only reason that we have that is just so that we can use our phones to play music through this ridiculous Meridian sound system, which on one hand, yes, seems like a really strange thing to have to do in 2024 and the era of Sonos speakers which have that capability built inside of them already. But basically, you'll find when you get to really high-end sound systems, everything is separate. Partly because they work in slightly old-fashioned ways, but mostly because splitting up the functionality of each device allows you to get devices that do each function at their absolute maximum. So there's no bottlenecks. And then below that, we've got the Lumigen. And the reason we have this box in very simple terms is it makes things look better. We've got so many different devices in this room, all connected to the same displays, you know, Nintendo Switch, Xbox, PlayStation. There's an Apple TV box behind here as well. The Lumigen takes in all of these inputs and just makes sure that when they come out of it, They are corrected in every way possible. And then we've got this absolute unit of a box, the Trinov Audio. Like you've seen, this thing's like a supercomputer designed with the sole purpose of audio processing. And there is something really cool that we've managed to pull off in this room thanks to the power of this box. But we're getting there. And then this is a freezer. It freezes things.
Wow.
Anyway, I am so happy with how this thing came together. So this is a PC. It's designed by PC Specialist, specifically for virtual reality. They have this very fun and very dangerous configurator when you're picking what you want. But eventually we decided on this absolutely bonkers specification. So RTX 4090 graphics card, 24-core Intel Core i9 up to 6 gigahertz, 8 terabytes of M2 solid-state storage, 64 gigabytes of RAM, and the entire thing is also water-cooled just to keep it as quiet as possible. And when the thing arrived, that was all the stuff we expected. What we didn't expect is just how handsome the thing is. We originally allocated the top half of that shelving cabinet just to store the thing. We took it out of the box, saw how the black perfectly matched the background, the wood paneling here perfectly matched the sofas. So we just decided it has to be here. This just makes sense. This is actually the first time I get to try it. Headset, controllers. Oh, by the way, this is actually a really cool time to show you the Control 4 Halo Touch. So technically, all of these are remotes for something in this cinema room. This is the only one we actually need. Every single one of these normal remotes is designed to have one purpose, whereas this remote is connecting to the hardware in the house on a deeper layer. And so I can do basically anything on this. Like for example, if I click lighting here and then I go into scenes, we have 5 different lighting modes, each creating a different mood in this room. But the reason I'm showing you this now is if I click this watch button here, this is every single input device in this entire cinema room, all the PlayStation 5s, the Xbox Series X, Nintendo Switch, and the VR PC. So all I have to do is to tap on that PC button, and the PC goes through the HDMI matrix and starts displaying on this main screen. This is absolutely insane. So I'm streaming right now from the PC, which means you're able to play VR games at a level of graphical fidelity you would not be able to with the headset alone. Oh, and there's like no latency at all. And then for the headset, it might seem like a little bit of a strange decision why we went for the Meta Quest 3, because you know I was saying we wanted the best of the best for everything in this cinema room, and you can get a lot more fancy and a lot more expensive VR headsets than this. There is a whole world of ultra specialized, extremely cutting edge headsets, but this is the one that I keep coming back to, because if all you want to do is game, then they are all worse than the actually quite simple Meta Quest 3, mostly because of how much more reliable the software is on this thing. I've only got the sofas, and the reason that I fell in love with this is, as far as the comfort's concerned, you cannot tell this is not a normal sofa, but it's actually kind of high tech. So I mentioned before that one of the main perks of this is that it's modular, meaning that each one of these segments is its own piece that you can kind of chop and change to put together like pieces of Lego, which means we've managed to get a sofa that perfectly fits the space we wanted, leaving just enough gap on either side. It means we've been able to specifically select the feature set that we want in the armrest. So I just think this is so cool. If you pull this back, you've got a drinks holder with an RGB configurable light on the inside and a Qi charger for your phone. People are always asking for chargers when they come to your house, so it's tough to describe how much joy it brings me that now I can just say to them, stick your phone in the armrest. But this is the cherry on top. It also means that every single one of these seats has its own 3-part movable skeleton underneath. So you reach your hand into this crevice, you can adjust the footrest, you can adjust the headrest, and you can also, with a different button, adjust the depth of the thing. And it comes out so far, it is almost bed-like, which is just insane considering how compact it is. I'm not exaggerating when I say this thing is hideously expensive for seating, but at the same time, it is the best movie sofa I've ever experienced. We did end up going for the barcode projector, which has a 5K resolution, and you can kind of tell that it's commercial grade by the fact that it has an actual display on the side so that someone in a viewing area can actually see a preview of what's being projected out the front. Now this is cabinet the second. This is a simple one, but it's no less fun. Basically all of our favorite snacks. And we thought that this area here would actually be really nice to pour yourself a drink in, but since we don't actually have any bottles yet, it is filled with Pringles. And then this is a, well, not so mini fridge. And the thing that I think is particularly cool here is is how it's integrated. It's quite easy for a white fridge and some cheap snacks to stand out like a sore thumb in a room like this, but the way we've done the paneling and used the same acoustic fabric that we have across the entire cinema room on this cabinetry as well makes it feel like a part of it. Beanbags. So these are from, a company called Vetsac, and they're about twice as big as I was expecting them to be. The box came into the house and I was thinking, oh, that seems a little small, but cute. Then I opened it and the thing friggin' exploded in front of me. You then have to leave them out for 48 hours to fluff. And here we are. I knew we wanted beanbags in this house ever since we did a team retreat in an Airbnb 2 years ago. And that place had swapped out every single sofa with a beanbag. And it changed the entire vibe. It created such a feeling of calm, which I loved. So, the reason why we've got 4 PS5s here, the reason why we've got an HDMI matrix, half the reason why this room exists is because of this button right here, co-op gaming. And while this happens, I want to explain to you why I've chosen to use Surfshark VPN for our cinema room PC. So, you probably know how most VPNs work. Oh my God, it's actually working. They take your traffic, they route it through one of their servers so that all the website on the other end can see is the details of that server. And that's already pretty cool, but Surfshark uses Nexus technology, meaning that every one of their servers is connected and that Surfshark can bounce you between all of them on the fly without dropping your connection. And that's pretty next level because it means you're even more difficult to track because you can have a new IP address every single time you click a new link. And instead of your data being masked through one server, your data can be masked through an entire network of servers. And you'll get even better speeds because as soon as a faster server opens up, you can be routed through that instead automatically. And if you go to surfshark.com/boss, you can now get it at the all-time lowest price ever, $1.99 a month for an unlimited number of users with 4 extra months for free. Oh my God. I can't actually believe this. And they're all on automatically. Just give me a second to take this in. So this is 2 LG G4 OLED TVs. These things are 55-inch, 4K resolution. The picture quality is amazing. And each one is mounted to by far the most bonkers mechanism I've ever seen in my life. So this is from a company called Future Automation. It can project the TV down a whole meter. It can swivel in 360 degrees, and it communicates with Control 4, which means that from this remote, I can set the precise centimeter and angle that this TV is positioned at. Also, each mechanism weighs over 200 kilograms. So getting those into the ceiling was actually the single hardest part of this entire project. This is it. This is it. Oh my God. This is a dream I probably had for the last 5 to 10 years. And today, it has finally come true. I can hear bullets all around me. I can see what you guys are up to in my peripheral vision. Every gunshot has so much weight to it. It's insane. It's done nothing for our performance. The skill level is incredibly low on this battlefield.
And you can hear it behind you.
Yeah, you can hear everything. You actually instantly know where the enemies are. Oh yeah, and you want to know the most bonkers part of this whole thing? Because of that Trinov supercomputer sitting in the cabinet, the sound from each person's game can be directed towards the seat that they'll be sitting in. So everyone hears a slightly different mix of audio tailored to what they're noticing on their screen, while still getting the background from what's happening on everyone else's. And this is also where the PS Portal comes in. It connects to the white PS5 for player 4. So even though there's 3 main screens, we can still do 4 friends, online co-op gaming in the same game at the same time. Just nuts. And this is the piece de resistance. So let's say that after gaming, I want to watch something. Okay, so you pull up Apple TV, play trailer, and then there is a mode baked into here because yes, we did go for a motorized screen. Hit movie. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. It happens so smoothly, I can't believe it.
Is that supposed to be scary? The R rating isn't new for me, Fredo, but it is for Disney.
Oh my God. You know, the thing that's hardest to communicate through video is how the sound envelops you in the content. You just feel like all these walls, they're actually speakers behind them. You're being blasted from every single angle and it just pulls you in. It's the best sound I've ever heard in any cinema ever. Next episode is the living room, which we have equally spicy plans for.
We are about to build our dream living room. We're going to spend the next 5 minutes finding the most cozy furniture, slick decor, and high-tech gadgets we possibly can. And then we're going to fuse them all together into a place where you can just chillax to the max. So let's start with all the tech. To be honest, we don't even need to shop for this. I think we know what TV we're getting.
Yeah, it's got to be the frame.
Frame TV.
Every time I see it, I never realize it's actually a TV until someone turns it on.
It does look shockingly like a real piece of art.
And you can change it. You can have art, you could have photos.
Okay, let's pull the trigger. Oof, expensive start.
Okay, so speakers. We could do ceiling speakers. We could do like a sound bar across the bottom.
Do you know what I think? I think because this is like the room where you're going to want to just recline and get blasted by... What's a cool thing to listen to? I just feel like this is a really cool room to have like big, floor-standing, hi-fi speakers.
Bang & Olufsen, I'm curious what they would do.
Man, I normally feel like Bang & Olufsen gets it right with that.
It's the culmination of B&O's wildest dreams.
Nightmares. You've got Kef. They also make really, really good speakers. Oh yeah, so Meridian, the same company who's doing the audio in our cinema room, they also have floor-standing speakers. Let me just go to the Meridian. Meridian natural nut and seed butters.
I've actually had those. They're really good.
Oh, Meridian audio. Okay, so you can go gloss black, satin white. Honestly, like these speakers are so expensive, but this has been like one of my dream things to own for a really long time.
So, right after we filmed this buying section,
We actually went to go check out this Meridian floor stander in person.
and I fell in love.
Not even just with the sound, but the engineering. Like, you see this separate head that you have for your higher notes. This thing is so isolated from the main body that I was able to balance a coin sideways while the thing was still blasting at full volume. So, we got them.
Okay, lighting.
So we've tried quite a few different lighting systems in our old house. We've tried Govee, Nanoleaf, LifeX. The best one in my experience has always been Philips. Okay, so Philips Hue. They're definitely very expensive for what they are. Every time you see one of their bulbs, you just think, my God, like $40.
What is it made of?
Yeah, what is it made of? Exactly.
I think we want a couple of like, maybe in the corner here.
Oh, in the corners of the room, just kind of bleeding onto the wall.
Oh, that.
Oh, yeah. That's interesting. There it is.
And it's got wood.
And it's
And it's got a wooden base. And it's got a high, hefty price.
Wow. They're such a good match for the room that it would be rude not to.
Yeah, I agree.
So table lights, there's actually quite a few different options. What are we doing?
I don't know.
Let's get some irises.
Light strips? Do we want any light strips underneath the sofas?
Under the sofa, I think makes a lot of sense. Give it that kind of floating feel. The only annoying thing about Philips is you then also have to buy a separate Hue bridge. It's a necessary evil.
I think that's all the lighting we need. What else do we need in this room? I was thinking some kind of really nice scent diffuser. So I found one called the Hotel Collection.
Whoa. Our tower scent diffuser uses cutting-edge cold air diffusion technology. It's called Mist. So each of these oil refills is inspired by the scents in different famous hotels. Star Wars: The Empire.
So it's high-end hotels or smell like Star Wars.
What on earth? You can choose to smell like Jedi or Sith. Can you imagine in the movies, they pull out their lightsabers, they're like, what are you wearing? I think we should get the dark side. It's also buy one, get one 80% off, so I feel like that makes a lot of sense.
Okay, let's do it. What else do we need in this room? What are you thinking? Like, what is this room?
This room's kind of like a happy place, isn't it? You know, board games, books, Pokemon?
Well, we've been looking for a place to put all of the stuff we have. We have the Pokemon binders, the cards, the plushies. Should I bring the...
I don't know what you're talking about.
A few moments later.
We have the plushies.
Oh, these are adorable. Let's get Pokemon into this room.
I'm actually on board. I think we could do it in a really nice, subtle way.
Or not subtle. Imagine if we had like a cabinet spanning that entire wall and it's just filled with just things that we find fun, like Pokemon. If you would like to look for some Pokemon stuff, I'm okay with that. Oh, Pokemon Center.
That's what I'm going to find you doing.
I really like Wailord. It's a really cool Pokemon.
I'm on board. I'm going to call your bluff.
Really?
Yeah.
That's good.
Well, I was saying maybe this can be, you know, when Joe's does those montages. I think that's it now for stuff.
Okay, that's fair. Let's do furniture. We found what looked like the perfect place online, but it's a good thing it's an interior design place. The game plan for this visit was to leave with our dream sofa, coffee table, side chairs, and bookshelf all locked in. Right, time to bounce on some sofas.
Do you mind? Bye.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, no, that is not bouncy. Well,
But plenty were.
oh, sorry.
After many bounces, we started to figure out what we wanted. We realized that a curved sofa was the best way of keeping people close together for both conversation and games, but also that the material matters. With sofas, the two key types of cushioning are foam, which is cheaper, it holds its shape better, and it's firmer, and then feather, which really properly lets you sink in, but can start to look a little bit scruffy over time. After a lot of searching though, we found one which was curved. It was made with foam, so it retained its shape, but it was really soft foam, so it almost had that plushness of feather.
Yes?
Yes.
Now we just needed some lounge chairs to accompany that sofa.
It's an instant +2 points if something swivels. I like swivel chairs. Oh my god, it's actually really comfy. And it rotates. It's actually really nice, Rich. Try it.
And this was the moment we realized we'd just found our dream chair. We also found a coffee table that we absolutely loved. We initially came into this thinking that we wanted something higher, but having actually sat around these low tables, I could just see all of the amazing board game nights we could have gathered on the floor around something cozy like this. Now we just have to put it all together. I sketched out where I wanted everything to go, adding in a massive rug as well that complemented the curve of the sofa, and also at this point realized that we'd basically just turned our living room into a smiley face. What was very cool though is that the company then, in about 20 minutes, turned that little hand-drawn sketch into an actual 2-scale drawing featuring the exact sizes of all the pieces we picked. All we needed now was a bookcase to finish it all off.
I mean, it's basically exactly what we've been looking for. Just like giant Pokemon statues everywhere. Who needs board games and books?
But what colors do we go for all this stuff?
We're naturally bold color people, so this screams to me.
This face right here says it all. She asked me to try again, so I did.
We would probably pick something like...
Bring in books and decor like this, not main pieces.
And you know what? This was good advice. Drisha and I are both naturally drawn to very bright colors, but I feel like if we'd actually gone for the rainbow we initially came in looking for, our room would have lost a lot of sophistication. And there is one more benefit of keeping things a little more muted, which I'm coming to. We slowly saw this room come together over the next few weeks. First the sofa and the rug, then the cabinet behind, then, honestly, the best part was filling it. We have had so many things boxed up for so long. You know, wedding gifts, games we've been wanting to play, and in one fell swoop, we've been able to get everything out. And then we managed to get in a few extra additions, things we didn't realize we wanted initially, and things that we didn't even think we could fit into this space.
And that leaves us with the final product. Welcome to the living room. And instead of just going around and pointing at stuff, I think the best way to show you just how cool this room is to show you the 4 key rules that we've made sure we followed and why those have paid off big time. So this is going to seem like a really strange thing to say, but number 4 is neutrality. We first came into this thing wanting to plaster the entire room with a rainbow of bold colors, and if that's your thing, then you should by all means go for it. But the reason that I'm so glad we ended up keeping all the key pieces, the rug, the chairs, the sofas, all a little bit more reserved, is that we can re-theme this room whenever we want to. So you can see right now we've got a blue theme going on here, right? Well, not anymore. All we have to do is to swap a couple of plushies and the whole mood of the room changes. And there's 2 pieces of tech that are making this retheming so easy. The first is the Philips Hue lights, for which we've got the 2 irises we bought in this cabinet. We've got the floor standing lamp in the corner over there. And then beneath the sofa, the Philips Hue light strip. And I've got to say, if you were just going to do one of these, get the sofa light. This one strip makes such a difference to the vibe of this room. I mean, it's mood lighting, while also elevating the design of your sofa. Literally. Thing half looks like it's floating. I guess because you would expect there to be shadow beneath that, so when instead you see light, it makes it look weightless. We found that the floor lamp is a little bit more situational. You need to have a corner that you can stick it into. You need to have matching walls so that it doesn't stick out like a sore thumb. And you need to have a nearby plug socket so that it doesn't create a mess. But do all of that, and I think it does add enough of a kick of color to be worth the hassle. The Philips Hue irises are somewhere in between the two. I'd say they look just as gorgeous as I was hoping they would. And I also love how the way that they're angled upwards means that they give you both lighting at eye level, but also lighting on the ceiling above you, which means that together with the lights underneath the sofa, you're kind of surrounded by whatever color theme we decide to go for. Only thing I would say is, given how much of a chungus this light actually is, it's not putting out a whole lot of light. It could be a little brighter. And again, so could I. And then the second part of this theming equation is the Samsung Frame TV. And having used this for a little bit of time now, I have thoughts. So on one hand, when you think about it from an art perspective, the value proposition here is absolutely insane. You can very easily pay what this TV costs for one painting the size of this TV. Except if you go for this TV, you get unlimited art pieces that you can change up in seconds. Now, obviously, it's not exactly the same as discovering a quaint little art shop, finding a piece you absolutely love and learning everything about it. But if all you wanted to do was to display a bunch of JPEG images, then this TV does actually make those JPEGs look very much like real art, especially if you can find images that have natural brushstrokes in them. And it doesn't even waste a lot of energy. The thing actually has sensors built inside of it that are designed so that the TV displays art when you're in the room, and then it gets rid of the art and turns itself off when you're out of the room, with, I would say, about 97% effectiveness. Not to mention, this is a full-on 4K TV with internet, with apps, with speakers, and it's quite a good TV at that. I was very much expecting compromised image quality, because that's what the early Samsung frames were like, but now we're at the 2024 generation, it feels pretty flagship. The only real issue that I've had with it is with the Samsung SmartThings app that you have to use to put art onto it. It feels quite buggy, and I've had nothing unfixable, but probably 4 to 5 times in the last few weeks where the app is not doing what I want it to. But overall, I would say this is an A+ tier product. Now, even more important than all the colors and the theming is, if we actually wanted to make this the perfect switch-off space, then how do we make it as relaxing and as fun as possible? So that's partly the obvious thing of just keeping stuff we like. So a big part of that for me is, as you can probably tell, all of this Pokemon stuff I've been collecting for the last 15 years. Pokemon gets prime position in this cabinet, apart from Drisha, who's right here. This was a bunch of the stuff that I used for my proposal, which I still can't quite to this day believe we pulled off. We've got all of our favorite board games down here. There's a very early collection of limited edition playing cards in here. And then also just generally, while we have filled most of the rooms in this house with sharp lines everywhere because it makes things look clean, with this room in particular, we wanted to make sure it was filled with curves because it makes it look friendlier. But then the other side to this equation is, how do you create the systems to be able to have as much fun as possible? I know, organized fun. It's the best kind. So one thing that I'm very proud of is this. This is the Drisha Urn gaming leaderboard. So every single game we play together goes on this side, made with tiles from Scrabble, which is one of the games, by the way. And then we spent a while trying to find the most bedazzled pins that we could use to represent each victory. So purple is her, blue is me. And we are uncannily close to 50-50 right now. But I think this is such a good idea. It adds so much tension to everything you do together, knowing that there will be public humiliation when you lose. And then these frames going all the way across the wall are for our holidays. We spent about 4 years trying to figure out what souvenir we should collect when we go away somewhere. We love the idea of getting something, but it's just that for us, most mugs and fridge magnets just feel a little bit like clutter. So eventually we decided, let's just immortalize the best photo we take, and that becomes our souvenir. And it's just really fun because it's like a sub-quest every time you're away on holiday where you're trying in the background to get that banger photo, knowing that if we love it enough, there's a space for it. It's pillar number 2, though, where things start to get juicy. Convenience. How do you make the room as functional as possible and as easy to use as possible for people without making it look tacky? Step 1, hide some wireless chargers. I love having friends over, but having had friends over for many, many years, I've come to the realization that the average person doesn't think as much about bringing their charging cable with them as us techies might. And so I cannot tell you how much of a relief it is, instead of having to go to the top floor and rummage to find a cable with the right connector, to now just be able to say, hey, pass me your phone, drop it on there, and done. Because yeah, each of these Pokeballs are actually 15-watt fast wireless chargers. Oh yeah, if you're wondering, by the way, how I've hidden the cables in this room, 2 things I would suggest. 1, get cables as close to the colors of your surface as possible. So for example, everything that's wired in this cabinet uses a black cable, and everything that's against one of the house walls uses white cables. And then 2 is these transparent sticky pads. This might just be the OCD part of my brain talking, but I absolutely love how these can make sure that your cables are running only in the very corners and crevices, and because they're transparent, they themselves practically disappear. I've shown you that we've got board games. What I haven't shown you is, well, how you can take the nerdiness to a whole other level. So wherever possible, we've actually bought 3D printed inserts to make sure that every piece inside has a place, both inside the box and also outside when you're playing. These drinks tables have been absolute game changers. I wasn't completely sure when we first got them, but having used them now, they get used more than the main table because they give you the freedom to sit wherever you want to sit, to have a drink to hand, and also to not worry about spilling the thing. Because let me tell you, even though they don't look it, these bad boys are heavy. We have hidden an extension lead underneath the sofa in case you need to charge a MacBook. Although that is not encouraged in this room, and it will result in a formal warning. But the single biggest game changer for convenience is something that you don't usually see. This is Homey. They're sponsoring this video, and from everything I've tested, this is the most intuitive way to control your home. Because if you've ever tried to make your own home smart before, there's a very good chance you've also come to the realization that it's a mess. It feels like every other one of these smart gadgets uses a different communication standard, and so they don't talk to each other. But Homey brings them all together into one app. So I've created an automation called Fireside Mode. It took me less than a minute to do that, by the way. And when I tap this one command, the Philips Hue lights all change to orange, the room lights turn off, very quickly, might I add. It turns on the scent diffuser, which you'll notice is a little different to the one we first bought. That hotel collection one was great. You'd actually be amazed how great it smells on the dark side. But we started to realize that it was far bigger than it needed to be for this kind of space, and that its remote was the most fiddly, non-smart little thing that needed far too much manual control. So we swapped it out for the Rituals diffuser that's been a lot better, and also happens to look amazing in the Homey app. It even turns on the fireplace, which is bioethanol, by the way, so it takes a second to get going, but if you are trying to build an indoor fireplace, it is the way to go. It doesn't release any smoke, which is better for the environment, but also you. And then it also starts playing smooth jazz from these absolute monoliths. All of these different devices being controlled through, well, basically one button on one app is absolutely insane. And that brings me to the number one part of this room, the media experience. And there's more to this than just the frame TV. So first up, these are the Meridian DSP 8000 XEs. Let's just call them the Meridians. We spent so much time back and forthing on whether or not we should go for speakers of this insane value, but these have ended up lifting this room so much. I think, even from an aesthetic standpoint, these things look so cool. Just futuristic and yet also really clean. But it's the sound that is pristine. To try and paint a very vague picture, the speakers that you have on the very best iPhones have about 3 watts of power. The speakers that we put into our biggest iPhone ever that were kitted out to the moon, those were 400 watts. These guys, 3,840 watts. These things have the base power of hi-fi systems genuinely 8 times their size. And it's so weird listening to them because you're sitting here and you're expecting to hear 1, 2 speakers. But what you're actually hearing is this all-encompassing surround sound because of how these things are designed to fire, well, actually most of their output sideways. But then this is the creme de la creme of this room. So open up Homey again, tap movie mode, which is the second automation I've made, and 3 things happen. The Philips Hue lights go to 50% brightness and all turn red. The Samsung TV turns on and opens up Netflix, and the blinds come down. And honestly, the best part of Homey Pro is that it works locally without the cloud, all with energy monitoring insights and an entire community of users all making insanely cool things that you can do with your home products. So, these blinds, I spent a long time searching for the right blinds for this house, and we ended up going for a company called Luxaflex, which we got from CP Interiors. Because obviously when you bring your blinds down, it's going to reduce the amount of light coming in and the amount of glare on your screen, but these things also have really good acoustic properties. So one part of that is reducing the amount of outside noise that comes in, but the other part of that is when you're sitting here watching a movie, reducing the amount of inside noise that hits it and gets reflected back at you. It's enough of a difference that even someone who's not completely dialed into audio quality can straight away tell there's much less echo and the sound is way more precise. And now, while the sofas are cool and all, this has to be the greatest seat to sit and watch TV in. So long story short, about 2 years ago, my mum was having some back pain. So after a lot of research, I found a massage chair from this company called Wayron. We thought it was absolutely insane. And then just as we were putting this room together, we realized the same company had released an upgraded model called the Grand Presidential that also happened to perfectly match the neutral color profile of everything else. And I genuinely think that this is the greatest massage chair on the planet. It flips you into complete zero gravity. It massages almost every part of your body from your neck to your toes. It even comes around you to do your shoulders. It's got built-in heating. It's got 140 airbags for compression. You've got a privacy hood, LED therapy, and even built-in speakers. Although we won't be using those for obvious reasons. And because the thing doesn't just recline, but actually rotates on its axis, it actually takes up way less space than we thought it was going to. You know, pretty much the entire time when people are over at the house, we lose someone, and then we realize 10 minutes later that it's because they're sitting in this chair. And that is the dream living room. I'll catch you during the week for normal tech videos, and then again on the weekend for the next episode in the house series. Bye.
We are about to build our dream bedroom right here. We're going to spend the next 5 minutes shopping, trying to find out what makes the perfect bedroom, and then actually turn those elements into a room perfectly optimized for sleep.
Let's just type in smart bedside table.
Some of this stuff looks so naff.
They just added LED lights everywhere.
Yeah, it seems like all of these smart bedside tables do two things. Lighting, which we don't need more of, and then charging, but like really slow, outdated charging. USB-A? What year is this? Oh my god, that's beautiful. I really like this. It's perfectly boxy. It really fits with the design.
Okay, so that's our base. How do we make it actually smart?
Okay, so chargers. Let's get a 3-in-1 for our phone, watch, and AirPods.
So what else do we want in this room? Because we want to keep this minimal.
We want it to smell good, breathe good, sleep good. We can literally get the same scent diffuser as the living room. There's actually a whole bunch of tech that I've been wanting to get for a while that I think could take this bedroom to a whole new level.
I found something that I think is perfect for you. Aaron can't go to bed at night without watching at least one episode of something. So he's like fiddling his laptop on the little bedside table before we go to sleep. And I thought this would be way easier. So it's a bigger screen. You can roll it around. You can roll it next to you when you're watching at night. Roll it with you to the bathroom if you want to carry on watching it.
Worth a try. Cool, good find.
Let's focus on air quality then.
Yeah, air quality is actually specifically important to me. A, because I've struggled a lot with sleep over the years, but also B, because I have a ton of allergies. What is the absolute best air purifier we can get? The Air Tulip. What? It's the headboard.
That is chunky.
So it's kind of showing how it specifically targets the air cleaner to the area around where you sleep.
We want the entire room purified.
Wait, what? It's a plant pot.
The top is a pot and the bottom is the air purifier.
That's pretty cool, because in a way it's like dual purification.
Natural and electric.
The plant pot definitely looks better and is vastly more well suited to the aesthetic of the room. I'm down. I think this is really nice.
I think the idea of a steamer is really handy. I think they're clean, they're simple.
So you imagine just kind of hanging clothes up and then using this to iron them.
Also, I was thinking for the bathroom, heated toilet.
We took a trip to Japan. Every toilet you sat on was heated and it was amazing. What's the most like bonkers toilet you could get? I like the floating aesthetic. Oh my God. It's $8,625. Now offers personalized settings that let you fine-tune every option. What?
What does it personalize? Wow.
You are joking.
State-of-the-art high-fidelity speakers. Is our toilet going to have better speakers than our room?
Holy. I have never in my life seen a toilet like this before.
Okay, and then the only thing left is speakers.
We've already gone and seen some at Meridian Audio, and they're actually going to get planted into the ceiling, including a subwoofer, so we can have... yeah. Most comfortable mattress in the world. Wait, I slept on a $1 million mattress. Wait, this is the bed that Drake uses. Not that I weight that as a particularly strong celebrity endorsement.
Oh my God.
So the company's called Hastings. I'm actually really curious. There's so many things where you don't know what you're missing until you've tried it. And so I feel like we should at least try it to know what we're missing. So we did, and we very quickly realized upon visiting these Hastings people that this was not your normal bed store. Literally, you ask for the bed you want, you can literally pull a figure out your head and say make it 4 meters by 4 meters, and they will do that. Wait, just to check, so 4 by 4 meters is for 2 people?
Someone wanted a 4 by 4 meter bed. You don't ask questions. No, everything is possible.
Okay, so with that absurd image in my mind, time to find out what makes a bed worth, well, anything more than about $1,000 really.
You have horsehair pretty much in all the parts, but the top mattress is almost entirely horsehair.
Yeah, horsehair. And according to them, there are 2 key reasons for it.
It's very springy.
It's like a ball of springs in all directions. It smells quite nice.
Yeah, it's
Double dipped. And she's a vegetarian.
But also that we learned of a rather haunting fact that the average adult releases 200 milliliters of sweat per night just sleeping. And so the ability to not hold onto that moisture is equally as important.
It doesn't really go into it.
Right, yeah. If you did that with human hair,
You'd get drenched.
Yeah, you'd be drenched.
Time to put it to the test, starting with the more entry-level beds that are around $25,000.
Whoa. Oh, that does hit different.
Okay, so pretty normal looking bed, I gotta say, but the comfort was no joke.
It's like a cloud around your body.
And turns out that the beds also come with a bizarre complimentary service. Hastings says that for the first few years of using their beds, because it's all natural materials inside designed for airflow, that you have to keep it fluffed up. And they will send people to your house to do said fluffing.
It will most likely be us.
Wow.
Or someone from my team.
That's crazy.
Yes.
Then something popped into my mind. For a long time, we've been using 8 Sleep for our bed. It's like a mattress cover combined with this pod that sits on the floor and pumps temperature-controlled water through it to cool you down to your ideal temperature. These guys are suggesting that with a bed like this, you don't need that.
The horsehair hair does that for you.
Yeah, that's my I'm not completely convinced face.
If you put something on top of that, you sort of remove a bit of that breathability function of the actual bed. A lot of that's actually already in the bed.
At this point, I think both of our minds were worrying. We didn't really come here with the intention of getting a Hastings bed. And in a way, everything about the way that they think about these things feels a little old-fashioned. Like some of the designs of these beds haven't been updated in 40 years. But then at the same time, lying on them, moving in between our various sleeping positions and feeling both cushioned by these bed toppers and then supported by the horsehair mattresses below them, it was somehow starting to become a genuine consideration. And then we tested the Dreamer, one of their higher-end beds.
The plushness of everything here is ridiculous. Oh my God.
This was like nothing we'd ever laid down on. And also, it only really dawned on us in this moment just how crazy it was that because each bed is made to order, you can specify the exact dimensions that you want to the centimeter. What was happening to us? But there's one more. The Big Daddy, the Grand Vividus. This is the bed that Drake uses.
And this is literally, it's the caviar of beds. And by caviar, I mean the phone company, Caviar, who coats everything in gold.
The base alone is made with all sorts of fancy materials, including like stingray leather. There's only 15 people in the world authorized to make this bed, and it takes them 600 man-hours to do so.
Just making one of these handles that you see on the side takes around 2 days to make.
And now it's time.
Meh. No, I'm kidding. That's very, very, very comfy.
I preferred that one, but this one is also really nice.
It's not what I expected it to be. I expected like it's going to be something that you just sink straight into, but actually that would make it not a very good bed. It's quite measured. Most comfortable was the Dreamer.
I actually wouldn't read it.
Wait, what?
I grappled with my inner demons and tested a lot of other beds for the entire next week. I trust technology, and so the fact that we could genuinely spend 1/10 of Hastings' money and get a great mattress, plus the 8 sleep cover on top of that, it felt like the obvious default choice. The more beds we tested, the more that it started to feel like 10% of the money can get you to 90% of the bed experience. But then it's just, how much do you value that extra 10%? And to me, I think the answer is actually a lot when it comes to sleep. So after much deliberation, I hit the order button on a 215 by 215 centimeter Dreamer bed. And now it's all ready. So that's the main master bedroom, but also all of the guest bedrooms. And let's actually start there because I think these are particularly cool because we decided that there's 3 countries that mean the most to us. Japan, our favorite holiday destination ever, Turkey, the place we got married, and then India, which is where our families originate from. So what we've done is we've themed each one of these guest rooms after one of them. We've got matching trees, plants, paintings, even a Pikachu themed to the room that you're in. And we have had the time of our lives finding just the right soaps, bath mats, toothpaste, and even, I kid you not, toilet roll to really immerse people in these themes. Also, every single bathroom has a scent related to the region, so it just takes you there. I miss Japan. And if you're curious, this is what the India bedroom looks like. We decided to embody the rich color of the country. And the bathroom is themed after Ayurveda, which is an Indian approach to well-being. And then Turkey is all about that Mediterranean freshness. And the bathroom is themed after the Turkish hammams, which if you haven't been to one yet, I highly recommend. And then in terms of the tech, these guest bedrooms are obviously simpler than the master bedroom, but there's still 2 cool things. So one is the Samsung Frame TVs, just like in our living room, if you haven't seen that episode yet, but smaller. And to be honest, it's seeing them in the living room that made me realize we wanted them here because they complete the look of the room with the art. People can use them as TVs with simple pleasures. I really like how easy the Samsung remote makes it to get to the 3 streaming services that we use the most, and then also Samsung TV Plus, whatever the hell that is. And then secondly, you might remember these smart switches from the house tour. Well, we have finally had time to figure out what to do with them. So broadly speaking, we decided that the best way to not make this house really confusing is for every switch to have the highest button turn all lights in that room to max, and then each button below that makes things dimmer and dimmer. But because these are Control 4 buttons, so they're linked to basically everything that can turn on in the entire house, it means that, well, you can swap out buttons. So we swapped the bottom for an up-down switch that people can use to control blinds. So let's click that now. But it also means that you can hide functionality. So let's say that you get woken up in the middle of the night and you hear noises coming from downstairs. You can double press this top button and it will turn on not just every single light in this room, but every single light in the whole house, and it will start playing a siren from every single speaker in the whole house. I won't do that now for obvious reasons. Oh yeah, and then the beds in every guest room are using Simba Hybrid Ultra mattresses. I miss the cats so much that I had to get a mattress named after them. They're on the firmer side, but they're very supportive, which means that when you pair them with a soft mattress topper like this, it's bliss. No one ever wants to get out. But then also, bit of a Russian nesting doll situation with these beds. So we specifically went for Ottoman-style beds because when even more guests come over, we just pull them up and we can whip out 3 more double beds. And we actually did quite a lot of testing before deciding that these things are the gold standard when it comes to airbeds, because they're from a company called Lost Horizons. And the thing that is particularly cool about them is they're a combination of air, but also really high density foam. So they are ridiculously comfortable for how thin they are. And also they self-inflate when you want to use them. And then when you're done with them, they come with this air pump that just takes the air back out again. It makes it very easy. All right, but obviously the guest bedrooms are pretty simple compared to the master bedroom that we use. So let's do quick reviews of the key items that I think make this room special. I'm gonna give you my honest thoughts, having now used this frankly ludicrous Hastings bed for a bit of time. And then I'm gonna show you what might well be the biggest purchase mistake I've ever made in my life. It made me want to put my head through a wall. Oh yeah, just before we go into there, this is a Control 4 touchscreen. It's pretty much the control center of the home. And it works well, but I also can't help but feel like it looks and functions like a smartphone operating system from the year 2008, which is why we're using this app called Homey that sits as a layer above and is a lot more intuitive. And then this is the Roborock Q-Revo Slim. It's a robot vacuum with some pretty unique skills, and we've picked it mostly because it is slim enough such that it can fit under every single one of the beds, which gives us one less thing that we need to maintain. Right,
let's dive in. Now, if you watched our empty house tour, you'll know that the single objective while putting this room together was just how do we get the best sleep humanly possible? It is amazing how much good sleep can change your life. And there's two key ways that we focused on achieving that. The indirect effect, which is just making the space as decluttered and automatic as possible to make it feel like all we need to do when we come into this room is to rest. And then the direct effect, which is finding products that are physically helping us to sleep better. So let's start with one of the biggest ways to declutter, well, your entire life really. A charging station. Setting all of this up cost me about $30 and 3 hours. Like this is just a simple cable organizer box from Amazon, which is where all our sockets are. And then this is just cable trunking, which makes sure that the cables are only visible when they absolutely need to be. And I cannot recommend more if you have lots of gadgets like this to try and set up one of these, because it means we automatically know where every product is all the time. It means that you can barely see any cables. It means that every single product we know is automatically always charged. This does a lot for that feeling of peace that you particularly want in a bedroom. And it looks a lot better than the alternative. As for the gadgets themselves, let's do a rapid fire review. So the TheraFace is basically just a less powerful body massager, but with a whole load of attachments that make it more suited to your face. It's expensive for what it is, but this thing is so effective at getting rid of headaches and specific migraines. It makes you feel good while making you feel like you're doing good. 9 out of 10. This helmet that looks like it's from the year 2200 is the Wayron iMedic. It actually came with the massage chair that we got for the living room. And this is basically the hardcore version of that. I'm one of those people where when I get a massage, I want to feel like there's someone snapping me in half. And this does that. It's very firm. I'd give these an 8. The Pilo 2 is like for any item of clothing that's a little bit fuzzy or just one that gets dusty quickly, you just swipe this over and it's got 6 tiny little razor blades inside of it that trim it without cutting it. 7 out of 10. We're always glad we have this when we suddenly realize that we need it. Oh yeah, I love this toothbrush. It's right on that upper limit of feeling like it has enough power that it's really thoroughly cleaning you, but just not so much that it feels like you've just erased your enamel. Not to mention wireless charging on the brush itself, and then USB-C charging on the case, which is always a big tick. 8 out of 10. I also always use a water flosser just before brushing. It's just a really fast way of getting rid of those rogue food particles that would otherwise get stuck, or a refreshing pre-bed beverage. I think these are really slept on. Pun not intended. 9 out of 10. Oh yeah, you'll like this. While I long for the day where every single battery of every single gadget is fully rechargeable, for the gadgets that aren't, we have finally got our battery act together. So this is a battery organizer. You can get them for like $20 on Amazon. And this is not just soul-fulfillingly satisfying, but it's also really useful because you know for sure that you have every battery. And then you have a really clear at-a-glance way of seeing if you don't. Now, also in the vein of slightly OCD things that put my mind at ease, while making this bedroom video, we have pretty much fallen in love with a site called Joseph. It's just this unending stream of products that you see, and you're just like, why didn't I think of that? So for example, we went through a few different hangers until eventually deciding that the ones from Joseph are just perfect. They keep both parts of your outfit together in a way that you can also just take off and wear one. And then these rail spacers up here are something that I never even thought about before I saw them. But tell me it wasn't worth it. By making sure that every single item of clothing is exactly the same distance apart without you needing to get your ruler out each time you put something away, makes it so easy to keep the cabinets clean. Oh, and also, they come in 2 sizes. So we've got the regular size spacers for the more casual clothes. And then if we come to the end over here, this is the formal cabinet where we have the large size spacers, which as you can tell, I am making the most of. The other thing that I really like here is this steamer. So this is from the same company who made the Pilo in the other cabinet. And it's not quite enough to get your clothes to the 100%. You know when you want your shirt to look so crisp that it could cut someone, but it does iron clothes to the 95% mark with about 20% of the effort, because all I need to do is to power it on and then brush it down the clothes while they're still on their hangers. Oh, and then for all the products that we use regularly, I decided it just makes sense to go out once and buy them in bulk and just make a little top-up station. Kind of like a survival shelter, but, you know, for silky smooth skin. Okay, so that's all my pedantic storage stuff. Now for the things we actually keep out. So very quickly, this is Drisha's dressing table. So there's all her makeup in here. This is also using Joseph organizers. And then my plan for this drawer is to have all of her hair dryers and straighteners, but in a way so that it's wired into the mains all the time by drilling a hole in the back of this and routing the cable down here. But that's just me. And then this is the air purifier that we've ended up with. We went on a bit of a loop with this one. As you saw, we bought these plant pot ones initially from a company called Dupre, and they were cool in concept, but they just felt cheap and not very good at either being a plant pot or an air filter. Then we got this one from a company called Molecule. Way slicker, really powerful, and also beautiful. It just fit the room perfectly, but it just kept waking us up at night. Even when we specifically put it onto its quiet setting, it would just randomly decide at 3 a.m. that turning up its suction to 11 to ingest one rogue dust particle was more important than our sleep. And so we ended up landing on the Big Plus Quiet filter by Dyson, which when I first saw it, I was like, that's a stupid name for a product. Then you use it and you realize, oh, it's big. And it's quiet. So in terms of blinds, we've got the same Luxaflex company making them as we do in the living room downstairs. But in all the bedrooms, we've got ones fitted with an extra layer of fabric that makes them blackout blinds to completely kill the light and also cut down on a further 20% of outside noise. And I would say, I love the way these work. You can control them on your phone, they practically disappear when they're away, and they look really clean when they're down. The only annoying thing is you need these little hubs so that they can be communicated with, and the bigger your house, the more hubs you need. So we had to get and hide a total of 9 of these in our various different rooms, which is a little bit of a pain. And now, just before my infuriating mistake, let's talk about the bed area. So, we went for 2 snake plants, one on each side. I love these things. I think they look spicy, and yeah, you'd need a lot of them to significantly change the air quality in a room, but they do make a difference. And I think even just psychologically, feeling like you have that extra bit of freshness and oxygen from a real plant is good for you. You might have noticed that the bedside tables have changed since the ones that you originally saw us buy. We had to go through like 4 different sets of them because some of them had drawers that didn't close nicely, some of them weren't tall enough to properly cover the sockets in the room, until eventually we found these ones from Andrew Martin that are far more expensive than what we wanted to spend on bedside tables, but they tick every box. Anyway, the most important thing is what is on them. So you'll notice on mine, we have ended up with an iPad here. And this is another one of those things that have taken multiple attempts to get right. Because if you remember, for a long time, I used to bring my laptop into the bedroom to watch some sort of American sitcom just before bed. They knocked me straight out. Then Drisha had this idea of the LG Stand By Me, this rollable TV, which we bought, we tested, and in a way it was amazing. I was used to a 14-inch screen. Suddenly having 27 was crazy, but it actually wasn't ideal for 2 reasons. One, that the larger your screen, the further back you have to put it, and then the further back you have to put it, the louder it's got to be, which actually doesn't really work because I'm at the lowest risk of disturbing Drisha if I actually have a quieter speaker that's just closer to me. But then the even bigger issue was minimum brightness. The TV's just wasn't low enough. Whereas on this iPad Pro, you can go extremely low, and also on top of that, use night shift mode to further reduce the amount of blue light. And so yes, it is a bit excessive to have an iPad that just sits here when I already own a MacBook that largely does the same thing. But I just decided that this is important to me because it means that I can leave my laptop and therefore my work downstairs before coming to the bedroom. And this iPad isn't even logged into anything apart from relaxing stuff. So it helps me to associate this room with switch off. Now this charger is another one of those awesome situations where we'd already decided that we loved ESR before the company reached out and asked to sponsor this video. And the reason we picked these is pretty simple. We originally bought Amazon Echoes for each bedroom because we thought, yeah, it'd be really nice for people to have a clock. But it's only after buying those that we remembered the iPhone standby mode is basically the same thing, but just better. So what we're actually looking for is just a really good charger that can hold people's iPhone sideways while charging to activate this mode. And this is that. While being the fastest iPhone Qi 2 MagSafe charging, it finishes around 30 minutes faster than other chargers because of something called Cryo Boost. Every phone has a safety mechanism built in such that when they get hot, they reduce their rate of charging. But that isn't so much of an issue when your charger is also the thing that cools your phone, especially if you're watching videos or FaceTiming while charging. And then to top the whole thing off, it's charging my watch at the back. And now it's charging my AirPods at the front. And it can charge the watch faster than other non-Apple certified brands while being quite a bit cheaper than official Apple stuff. Link below for more. So that's my side of the bed. What about the bed? Okay, I'm gonna level with you. I think we might have made a mistake here. And this isn't even our biggest mistake. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying this is not a glorious sleeping experience. And the fact that the thing is 215 by 215 means you could practically sleep 4 people here. The thing is though, after ordering this, I just recently set up all of my family back home with the newest 8 Sleep bed covers. And I was looking at the feature set of these things thinking, damn, This doesn't do any of that. I mean, as well as the normal ability to adjust temperature, it can now even like lift your mattress up and down to stop you snoring in the night without waking the other person up. But you can't get 8 sleep for a bed like this. And so it's left me in this position where I think this is the absolute pinnacle of beds without technology. But it feels like there is also a ceiling for how good a bed can be without that technology. So to put it another way, I'm very happy and very grateful that we've been able to get this bed. But at the same time, if I were to do it again from scratch, I would probably get one of these Simba hybrid ultra mattresses that we have in the other rooms, stick an 8 sleep cover on top, spend a fraction of what we have on this, and sleep just as well, if not better. There's speakers in the ceilings, there's aircon right above here, and we use that to set this room to 18 degrees C. You sleep better if the room is cool, you don't sleep at all if the room is cold, so that's where we settled. And then on Drisha's side, this is the new 12th gen Kindle Paperwhite. I don't know how we've had 12 generations of this thing, but this is actually really nice because it wirelessly charges on this stand here. The screen is much more responsive than Kindles from the early days. And the benefit of this is that she can read at night without casting any light towards me while I'm trying to sleep. Plus, we've also set it to automatically reduce the amount of blue light for when she's reading at night, which again, keeps sleep intact. And then this is the same Ritual scent diffuser that we got in the living room downstairs. So that is the sleep area. There's no rugs because in our experience, they just trap allergens, and there's no desks because, well, we're specifically trying to keep work out. Oh yeah, this. So from the beginning, I knew that I wanted to have a really big, bold, colorful art piece here, but every single one I could find was either literally more expensive than this bed or just terrible. Like I hated it. So yesterday I decided to go to a craft store, buy a load of spray paints and just literally just make this myself. I call it Think Very Different. I'll let you stew on that one. And then this is the Xiaomi nightlight from that crazy Xiaomi gadgets video. I just loved it so much that I've actually set one up in every bedroom. Right, you ready to see my big blunder now? Okay, in the bathroom. Oh, by the way, I thought this was really cool. If you've ever played a Pokemon game, you will know that you have 6 Pokemon in your party. This is 6 bath bombs, and inside each bath bomb is a Pokemon. So over time, we'll learn who our party is. So the issue has been the Numi toilet that you saw us buy. It wasn't available in the UK, so we ordered it from the US. And it arrived. It's just that when it arrived, we realized that because it's a US toilet, the water supply pipe connects down through the floor. Whereas here in the UK, it's more typical to have it coming out into the wall. And in this particular situation, there was no way of retrofitting it. So we basically had to take one giant L and buy a completely different toilet. I spent $10,000 on that one. On the bright side, the one that we ended up getting, the Geberit AquaClean Mirror, is actually also amazing. It's got a nightlight and motion sensor baked in, so you literally walk up to the toilet, it turns on this soft light, and the lid opens. There's the fact that the second you sit down, a deodorizer starts, which I assume a lot of people will also like because it masks the noise. The seat starts heating up. There's a full magnetic remote control. There's a customizable bidet. This is so cool. The flush creates a whirlpool on the inside for maximum cleaning efficacy. So it all worked out in the end. I can't actually believe that we get to stay here. So next weekend is the kitchen video, and for now, good night.
We are about to build our dream home gym right here. So we need to figure out what's the best gear. We need to talk to some experts to make sure that we're making this something special. And then we need to spend a lot of money actually buying the equipment, setting it up, and taking this bad boy for a spin. So I thought what we could do is to start with the small bits. Full body vibrating roller for large muscle groups. Well, you know.
It says large muscle groups.
Yeah, it's like the super tech version of a foam roller.
What's the WaveDUO?
Contoured to the back, spine and neck. Whoa, no way. The Theragun Pro Plus. 6th generation. Heat therapy, hold therapy, LED light therapy.
That's a lot of therapy.
Recovery air jet boots. I guess when I read the word jet boots, I'm almost imagining flying around the neighborhood, not recovering on your floor.
Oh look, there's a calf one, there's an arm one, there's a back and core one. We could actually kit out our entire body with Therabody.
You'd be like the worst superhero ever. You'd just be very relaxed.
What's this, Matt?
Infrared. The infrared PEMF mat. Hello, sir. How's your PEMF?
This website is absolutely insane.
We should get some scales too. Apparently does a full scan of your body in 90 seconds. Even if it's approximate, it's a cool feature. What normal product has someone not tried to turn into a smart alternative?
Bets that this says the words AI somewhere.
Yes! Elite music, boxing, training machine. Are you kidding me?
I love the idea of this. It makes it feel like you're at an arcade. Beat-driven workouts, punch to the rhythm. I'm interested in trying this.
I think it's cool. I think we should try it.
Have we done this before? Smart skipping rope?
Oh yeah.
Okay, maybe just a normal skipping rope.
Just a real skipping. I promise. Okay, so one thing that I've been battling with in my mind is how techie do we go for the gym? You can get a lot of really interesting looking tech gym gear. I just don't know how good it is. So one of them is the Vitruvian. So it's kind of like a yoga mat, but it's got handles that come out which allow you to lift weights, and it can adjust the resistance according to how much weight you want to lift.
So it looks like you can squat, you can bicep curl, you can deadlift.
The power to deliver up to 200 kilograms in one sleek package. I feel like we need to get a gym expert's opinion on this, because the tech side of me is completely sold on something like this. So we are about to jump on a call with Jeff Nippard. I was doing a lot of digging before this, and everyone seems to regard him as the go-to guy for science-backed gym knowledge. Hey, hello.
What's up?
We could do with a bit of help. I'm looking at all this tech gym gear, and some part of me's thinking this might not actually be very good gym equipment. What do you think?
I think it depends on what your goals are going to be. Is your main goal to build muscle and strength?
Definitely muscular strength, progressive overload.
Yeah. I have a list of like basics that I think you definitely want for those goals. That would be a power rack, so you can do squats, presses, pretty much any lift with a barbell. You need a barbell, and you need an adjustable bench, so you can do like flat presses, incline presses. Then from there, you need some kind of multi-purpose cable machine. And if you've got a set of dumbbells, that gives you even more versatility. And then after that, I would say a leg curl would be my next pick, because you're gonna find that really awkward on cables, honestly.
Oh man, this is really useful.
Yeah, good.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Cheers.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
So the only decision that we have left to make is machines, which are actually gonna make up the majority of the gym. Let's do treadmill. Yeah. Best treadmill of all time. Oh, there's Peloton, obviously.
Well, I don't love that I think you have to have a subscription to get the main benefit of what they're offering.
It feels like the industry standard for exercise machines is calculated display and a resistive touchscreen at best. Oh, wow. That's a pretty treadmill.
I like the big screen.
It's definitely the nicest looking home gym gear I've ever seen. We want to make sure that we're not sacrificing on performance for that design. Get a personalized consultation. We should probably just call them. So off we headed to Technogym's London showroom to see for ourselves. How did Technogym come up with the world's greatest fragrance?
The diffusers coming out of the walls.
Technogym for men. Right, first off, the treadmill, which was actually really impressive from a tech standpoint, but I did have one concern.
Could this damage your joints over time?
Generally, running on a treadmill is quite impactful for you, and running outside.
He explained that if we wanted to minimize the impact to our joints, which I certainly do, then we'd actually be better off going for a machine with slats. So we moved over to the Technogym Run, which was actually the more affordable machine since it wasn't part of Technogym's fancy designer line of products. But to me, this actually felt way higher performance. The thing was basically silent to run on thanks to these thick, shock-absorbing rubber slats, which is also what makes them better for your joints. Also, with this machine, you just place your phone on top and an NFC tag inside of it allows you to log directly into both your Technogym account so that you can track your workout details, but also all of your own personal apps like Netflix. The thing that also really impressed me though was, this is a machine for running, yes, but they've also managed to turn it into a strength training machine by being able to simulate the sled push. So if I start pushing, and then if I stop pushing, and then if I start pushing.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
That is fascinating. You can very easily decide a few things you want to do and see how you get better at them.
The amount of settings and features on this one machine genuinely blew me away. I decided in this moment that we have to find a way to fit one of these in too. But we also knew that we wanted to get an elliptical as our second cardio machine, because that's what I currently use every day. Then Technogym introduced us to a new kind of elliptical called the Artis Vario. It's like a normal elliptical, but instead of your movements following a fixed path, you can control where your legs go.
You kind of have to find a rhythm.
But when you do, this thing is amazing, because it's an elliptical. And then when you want it to be, it's also a step machine.
It is absolutely insane how in-depth the software is. It's got video visualization. That's pretty useful, actually. I think it works.
But then the guy took us to what I would consider Technogym's hero products. It's a line of machines called BioStrength, where each one focuses on one muscle group, but takes that to the absolute limit.
One thing that you'll probably notice immediately is there's no weight stack machine.
You are right. The BioStrength machines are actually using magnetic resistance for the weights, which is really cool because it means no clanging metal whenever you drop your weights, but also that you can control that weight electronically and select exactly how many kilos you want to lift, not just go up in 5s or 10s.
So we can change the resistance level here. We can also change the seat height.
Whoa. That just went. Oh, God. Wow. Because you also can't take a break here. Wow, that keeps you accountable.
Yeah.
Ah!
Now, cool as that was, we decided we probably didn't have enough space to start getting one machine for every single muscle group, so we decided to just focus on the leg machine, since that's what Jeff recommended we go for if we were to only pick one.
This is 35 kilos, but then if you push it harder, it will give you way more resistance.
Oh, yeah.
It's a workload of...
Oh, I see it.
I don't know how much I buy into it, but there is also an AI built into these BioStrength machines that they call
Technogym Coach.
At least in this BioStrength range, the equipment is way higher tech than I expected. Like, I've used tons of Technogym in commercial gyms, and I guess they either tend to go for lower end stuff, or they're going for stuff that's just older and more functional. We can have a word with them about these bezels though.
So that's BioStrength, but for some things, like your bench, you also just kind of want to keep it low-tech.
It's the most comfortable gym bench I've ever sat on. This feels absolutely insanely comfy for a bench. Like, you could sit there reading a book on that thing.
We also do need some storage for this room, and this was pretty good inspo, because the height of the rack means it can fit a lot of stuff in without taking up the much more valuable width of the room. So, dream equipment selected, now it's time to put everything in its place. And this was actually quite incredible to see, because these guys have software that takes your floor plan, inserts each of the products you've picked, including exactly how much space each one takes up. So we use this kind of like puzzle pieces to work out how everything fits. Then it gets better, because to make sure that it all aesthetically lines up, their software can also generate full 3D renders of what those machines would look like within your exact space, which is pretty cool tech for a gym company, I gotta say. And then after this, we just had to find the perfect flooring, wait for our goodies to arrive, and then top it all off by creating smart systems that make this as slick and automated as possible. And now, the ultimate smart home gym is finally ready. This right here is the single most important room of the entire house for me. Because you might have seen, about 3 years ago, my fitness hit an all-time low. And with it, so did my confidence and my mood. It had a really bad effect on me. And so the entire goal of this dream gym is to never feel like that ever again. Come on in. So we have actually spent the last 3 months optimizing, fine-tuning, and then re-optimizing this room to the point where, for us, This is now perfection, thanks to 5 things. 5 decisions we've made that each take this gym up to a whole new level. So, level 1 is all about how do we eliminate friction? How do we make this as easy as possible to want to come and, crucially, to stay until we're done? So, did you notice something as I first walked through that door? I didn't need to turn on anything. And that's because our first step to achieving this pure frictionlessness is a motion sensor, which as soon as someone walks through the door, will activate the lights, will turn on the TV, and it will set the air conditioning to a cool 18 degrees Celsius. Is this strictly necessary? No, of course not. But does this make it ever so slightly easier to just drift into this room and start a workout when you have 10 spare minutes? Yes, and that's the goal. And now that we are in the room, how do we make sure we stay? Well, one thing we noticed quite early was one of the main reasons that one of us would end up leaving the gym early was we were thirsty and we'd forgotten to bring a drink down with us. So in the event that that happens, having this mini fridge here eliminates that excuse, with the added benefit of you're going to perform better in the gym if you're really well hydrated. The second thing, though, that makes people want to leave this room is if their phones run out of battery. Obviously, the idea is not that you come to this room to sit on your phone, but if it does run out, then you are going to need to leave to go charge it just in case someone needs to reach you. So it's helpful to have a charger in here. Now, we do actually have wireless charging baked into some of these techno gym machines, but frankly, it's pretty similar to the state of in-car wireless charging. It's slow and it only works about half the time. So we have ended up buying 2 cryo boost chargers from ESR. And this is such an elegant solution because it means the first thing that I do when I walk into this room is I stick my phone on here while I'm taking out my gym gloves and it's charging. It keeps my phone away from me, so I'm not checking it between every single lift, which makes gym time far more productive. And it serves as the perfect little gym clock that actually looks nice, unlike every single proper gym clock that we've seen. Also, yes, these guys have sponsored past videos. They're not sponsoring this one. I just think they're great. And it means that before we are even 5 steps into this gym, we are ready to gym. There's one final cherry on top for this level. So, put my wrist onto here, connect, and we are in. So, I use an Apple Watch for my health tracking, not because I think it has like medical grade accuracy or anything. It just makes it really fun. It makes me want to compete with my friends and to do better than them. And so it is so cool to me that I don't need my phone. I don't need to manually type anything in. I just tap this watch on one of these machines. And because this is all Apple Gym Kit compatible, the watch tells the machine all of my details, so my height, my weight, etc. And then the machine tells the watch all of the workout details, like pace, like incline, which means that both machines work together to give you the most accurate, most instant workout tracking I have ever had, which, because it's happening through the Apple Watch, is all automatically logged directly onto the friend leaderboards that I'm trying to climb to the top of. I just love it. So, now that we've successfully got ourselves to use the gym, level 2 is how do we maximize space in the gym? And there's 2 parts to this, both of which I think could be really useful for any home gym design. So number 1 is building vertically. With every single thing that we've put into this gym, the key resource that I've been trying to preserve is floor space. The more vertical space we use, the more floor space we get to keep. And so the more features we can get in here and the more open it's gonna feel. That's why we've gone for completely vertical racks for our dumbbells. That's why instead of a punching bag, I really like the idea of a flat punching wall. Not the only reason though, this is a very unique gadget. I'm getting there. And that's why, instead of placing a bunch of plants around the room on the floor for freshness, we've gone for a wall-mounted moss feature. This is from the same company who made the one in our office, by the way. And for those of you who are asking, yes, it's real. No, it's not still alive. It's dead and they preserve it with a spray. Oh, and it's also why we created a custom cabinet around this mini fridge, just so that we could build, you're probably starting to understand what makes me happy at this point, a charging station for all the smaller gym gadgets vertically above it, which means that all of this stuff has a place and all of this stuff is always fully charged. But then the second part of this whole space maximization equation is making sure that the tallest parts of your machines are closest to the walls. Now, you might not always be able to do this, but if you can, it'll mean that even though there might not be physically more space for your feet, it will still psychologically feel like there is more space because you're not seeing as many visual obstructions from up here. But level 3 is where we get to the meat of this gym.
So we bought our dumbbells from a company called Black Box. I just really like how no nonsense their design is. And then all of these adjustable weights are from a company called Bowflex. And honestly, I think this thing right here is an absolutely amazing product. Like, if you think about this compared to these two towering dumbbell racks, this takes up a quarter of the space while actually being able to go heavier. These things go up to 41 kilos each compared to just 30. I think their adjustable kettlebell is also very good for the same reason. And then the barbell is, I imagine for a lot of people, the single most useful form factor because it actually saves you a ton of time versus having to come over here, take this off, load weights onto this bar, put this back on, secure it in place. It's just that I don't think this one is quite as good a product as the other two. I just find the weight loading mechanism a little bit fiddly. It's really easy to miss the exact spot that you have to put it back into to be able to change the weight. But the key thing that I think we have got right in this room is the machines. You've already seen which ones we ended up going for, but this is where I get to show you what actually makes them special. First things first, the Vitruvian. And if you actually stop and think about what this thing is claiming to be, it sounds bonkers. They are pitching this thing as an entire gym for people who don't have an entire gym. But the more surprising part of this is that I actually think it's closer to that objective than you think. To get the downside out of the way, while it does save you space, it doesn't save you cost. This is a $3,000 slab. And if you want the full feature set, it is another $40 per month. And if you stop paying that $40, you lose access to your workout history. But then on the other hand, if you really think about this, it's kind of a miracle. I mean, this as a piece of hardware is like barely thicker than a chunky yoga mat. It does weigh 30 kilograms, but then with that 30 kilograms, it actually allows you to lift any weight you want up to 200 kilograms thanks to magnetic resistance on the inside. This one machine does actually give you the capability of this entire weights rack and more, not to mention software that does a pretty good job at gamifying the whole thing. And it's also just really well put together. There's so much smart gym gear that when you get it, it just feels cheap and creaky and plasticky. This is not that. So we probably won't keep this because, we're lucky enough to actually have the equipment that this is designed to simulate. But if you don't and you're willing to put up with the cost of this, I think it's a really good product. Then we've got the centerpieces, all of these Technogym machines. And again, key caveat out of the way first, given how expensive these things are, you would expect them to be able to go heavier by default. Like for the dual adjustable pulley machine, they only ship this by default with 35 kilos on either side. 35 kilos is not a lot of weight, and you have to pay extra to get 50. Or for the squat rack, what you see here is the total weights that this thing shipped with, which is not enough to do any kind of serious lifting, so we've ordered more. Right, so that said, these are the best exercise machines I have ever interacted with. And not even because you can actually play Angry Birds on your treadmill thanks to them running an Android-based layer. It's partly the fact that they've thought about the little things that a lot of gym companies tend to overlook. Things like how every pulley mechanism feels completely frictionless, how the benches are so intuitive. You literally lift it to lift it. There's no pull out this pin, look for the hole, try and line it up and get it back in. And if you want to lower it, not to mention the upper layer is actual memory foam. I love how the machines have built-in storage for all the extras, so they're not strewn around on the floor. How most of the surfaces are padded, so that there's very little in the way of metal clanging against metal. And how everything that needs to be adjusted can be adjusted with one hand. But the other thing that I've been so impressed by that I did not expect to be impressed by is the fusion of the hardware and the software. So let's say I jump onto this elliptical and I want to join a class. It's very immediately obvious that these classes are specifically built for people using this exact piece of hardware. You can see your coach using the same exact machine. They'll even point to things that you can interact with on your screen. Because, for example, you can do every single session in 3 levels of difficulty with the further ability to tune it to your exact level. And then, I originally thought all of these outdoor exploration things were really silly, but when you click on one, you're not just watching a video taken on someone's phone that has zero relation to the effort that you're putting in. It is actually all synced up, so I can see how far in kilometers I've got left to go. I can see stats of the walk, like incline and elevation, and the machine will actually adjust itself to factor in what is happening on screen. It's not going to replace actually going outdoors, but one day doing a street side tour in Italy, one day climbing Mount Etna. It does add a bit of that much needed variety into what can otherwise become quite a stale form of exercise. And you can even do crazy stuff. Like yesterday, I went on a real life run, yes, outside of the house. So on this machine, I can pull up that run and race against myself. This will pull up the exact route I did, and I can try and compete against my past self, knowing that this is also factoring in all the hills and troughs of that run and adjusting its own elevation to match. But my absolute favorite thing about these machines is the sheer number of stats. These things record and log everything, from heart rate that's tracked automatically through the handles, to run power, to step length. And since the easiest way to progress in the gym is basically just to try and do a little bit more than you did last time, I've never been able to see that progression as clearly as I can now. And that is a pretty good segue onto level 4. So level 4 is what takes this gym from a gym that's easy to come to a gym that you want to keep coming back to. How do we build in accountability? And this iPad is an important part of that. So on this iPad is every single thing that we need to use while we're in the gym, and nothing more than that. That's by design. So all the music, for example, in the gym is controlled on here, but more importantly, so is all the workout tracking. I actually use the Aria AI baked into the Opera browser to find this app, and I may have also lost a bet with my team, which means I have to do this entire thing while doing press-ups. So what's the best rated app on iPad for tracking my workouts? Oh, okay, just about. There's one called Center, Nike Training Club, Apple Fitness Plus. So this one that it's labeled here, Heavy, is the app that I've ended up using, partly because it has quite a wide library of exercises. So when you're setting up your workouts, it already knows what you're trying to do. But mostly, honestly, just because I love the user interface. And it's really good at showing you your progress. But then also, I can just ask Aria, okay, I want to make my biceps look bigger, build me my perfect workout plan, and enter. And it can literally make the entire thing end to end, from which exercises to how many reps to top tips to making sure that you achieve your goals. Not to even mention that Opera now has the slickest integration of split screen. The way that Opera lets you just drag a tab to one side to open it next to your existing tab is so seamless. And they have about 1 million ways to customize the thing to look just the way you want with these new themes. Link below to download the Opera.
I was going to wait a little bit longer before fully diving in on this, but I've talked about it on stream, tickling the subject here and there, with Elon Musk's weirdest lie so far about being a Path of Exile 2 top player. For as long as I can remember, Elon has always touted himself as basically a gaming god, where anytime he picks up the sticks, he becomes one of the best to ever do it. And he's been trying that with Path of Exile 2, puffing out his chest, popping his collar, letting people know that he has one of the top characters in the game. Which he does, except it's very clear from the live stream he did, it's not actually his character. He has one or a team of people that actually pilot this character, and they just give him permission to go on the account to flex it. It's not a hurricane machine conspiracy theory. It is beyond a shadow of a doubt true that Elon Musk does not play this game. His account that he showed is definitely not played by him. And it's very clear through the live stream, which we'll go through in a moment, because Quinn made a great video breaking it all down to show just how obvious it is.
So let's start off with some context. Elon Musk's character is currently level 97, aka rank 12 on hardcore, that's permanent death mode. Currently, what is their highest ranked player? They're level 97, same as Elon Musk. So, I mean, he effectively has been playing, pretty much just doing nothing except playing Path of Exile. So let's just go over some of the things that happened.
The reason I wanted to wait a little longer before diving into the spaghetti and meatballs of this is because I wanted to see Elon's response to it, because I know he's seen it. He is more addicted to social media than an Overwatch gooner. He is glued to this shit 24/7, so I am confident he is well aware that the entire gaming community is privy to his fraudulent claims of being one.
So known as
A big focal point of this new universe is how lived in it is and the established world building already seen in projects like Creature Commandos. No need for a Superman or Batman origin movie. People in third world countries could probably tell you both of their origin stories. It seems like some heroes will be more established than others, but I wouldn't be surprised if there will be a new age of heroes out and about that differs from any crime fighters that might have come before in the canonical DCU timeline. Creature Commandos takes place around 2 years after the events of The Suicide Squad, given how how both Amanda Waller and Rick Flag Sr. mentioned characters or events that occurred in that movie.
It's one of the few soldiers still alive from Project Starfish in Corto Maltese.
She and I had a son when we were just 18. Boy was an improvement on me in every way. He passed on about 2 years back.
James Gunn went on record clarifying that the entirety of Peacemaker Season 1 is canon to the DCU, minus the Justice League cameo with the DCEU versions, as this is not a continuation of that universe. Even if it wasn't stated, we see John Economos still recovering from his injury from the butterfly invasion at the end of Peacemaker.
My God! Oh, shit!
What happened to your leg?
Well, I was fighting off an alien invasion.
Why the fuck you lying?
I hope people recognize that the DCU is not a soft reboot or a slight continuation of the DCEU. It's an entirely separate continuity that's doing its own thing. Incorporating events from The Suicide Squad and Peacemaker just means that those projects that occurred in the DCEU also similarly occurred in the DCU timeline. It's like the continuity reboots the comics do from time to time. The New 52 was a complete reboot of DC Comics, where the titular heroes in the Justice League were about 5 years younger. Characters like Wonder Woman had brand new origin stories, but Batman was kept relatively the same. Basically, a lot of the nonsense Batman went through prior to New 52 also happened in the New 52, but in a more condensed history. In any adaptations or in reboots, there are certain events that remain consistent in a character's mythos. Storylines like Batman Nightfall are constantly referenced in DC canon, or how Marv Wolfman and George Perez's 1980s run on Teen Titans contained a lot of elements that remained integral with modern DC continuity, even though that run began before the Crisis on Infinite Earths reboot. Comics will sometimes refer back to stories that were released before some grand reboot, thus making a certain story or comic issue now canon to whatever the most recent iteration of the continuity is. In this case, the DCU version of Peacemaker experienced events very similar to those of his DCEU counterpart. When crafting an interconnected DC universe, one of the most important elements you have to focus on is establishing how fantastical and comic booky things are, and not shy away from those wackier elements, because it is based off of comic books at the end of the day. It's cool to see how prevalent metahumans are in the society of the DCU and how they've existed for a long time. Regular people are fully aware of the existence of metahumans and how they're practically the norm. You'll see some random dude reading an explicit magazine with a metahuman theme going on, or notice how likely metahumans could be roaming the streets.
Hey, Fatto!
Metahuman. And metahumans are welcome. They cannot use their powers on premises.
Gunn had mentioned creating an incredibly detailed world map, cementing the different cities and locations from the source material where heroes operate. So far from what we know in Superman and Creature Commandos, the cities confirmed in the DCU obviously include locations like Gotham City, Metropolis, and Themyscira, with mentions of areas like Star City and Bloodhaven. I'm assuming Wonder Woman may already be a public figure, or at least operating as a crime fighter of sorts, if the general public is now becoming aware of Themyscira and that it's an island of warrior women. Cersei herself in this iteration is a rogue Amazon who claims to be the rightful heir to the throne of Themyscira. I'm really hoping the Wonder Woman prequel show, Paradise Lost, that's set to be a Game of Thrones kind of show centered on the Amazons, will show Cersei's turn in her backstory. Wouldn't be surprised if that show ends with Diana's birth, since it was stated the series will take place prior to her birth. If they wrap it up similarly to Wonder Woman Historia, where Diana's mother Hippolyta molds her from clay and the gods bring her to life, you might have yourself a banger. For the most part, I really enjoyed the first season of Creature Commandos. It's got a visually appealing art style and animation, something you can't say for some of the DC animated movies as of late. Definitely one of the better DC animated shows in recent years, but a few issues I have pertain to the ending and how everything kind of wrapped up. It left some things to be desired. So it turns out Cersei was right in her future vision of Princess Alana Rostovic wanting to start World War III and kill all the superheroes. That's why Cersei was on a mission to kill the princess in the first place, and the Creature Commandos were initially assigned with the task of protecting the princess. Once Amanda Waller sees Cersei's vision after the Creature Commandos subdued Cersei, Waller sends them back to Pokolistan to kill the princess and prevent the destruction of the world. I always wondered how the survival of the princess would lead to her and Gorilla Grodd somehow killing everyone in DC. Like, how in the hell did she overpower the likes of Superman, Guy Gardner, Starfire, Hawkgirl, and Wonder Woman? She manifested this whole scheme in teaming up with Clayface to shapeshift into Professor McPherson, who's an expert in things pertaining to Themyscira. She was the one who verified Cersei's vision of being being truthful and supporting Amanda Waller's suspicions.
She's not able to imagine futures. I don't see how what she showed you could be anything other than genuine.
Clayface transformed into her after the real professor talked to Waller, with the sole purpose of Rick Flag finding out about Clayface and getting the wrong idea that the professor was lying this whole time and that Cersei was just tricking Waller into killing the princess, which we obviously know isn't true because Cersei was being truthful and the princess was indeed evil. My problem with the princess, I guess, being this secret antagonist is that she doesn't really have any clear motivation. Why does she want to start World War III and take over the world? Some of the narrative resolutions left some questions I didn't think would be left unanswered. Once the bride figured out the princess's entire plan and deception, she shoots her in the head and that's the end of that plot. How does the nation of Pokolistan react to the princess being killed? Were they ever informed on her true plans for world domination afterwards? There was no update on Cersei after episode 4, so I'm assuming she's still being locked up in Belle Reve. Clayface straight up blew Rick Flag Sr.'s back out in their fight at the professor's house, and the last time we see him, he's still in recovery. But I guess Rick Flag recovers in time for his appearance in Superman and major role in Peacemaker Season 2. I think the episodes would have benefited from being a bit longer in runtime to further flesh out the plot and give us some more time with some of the characters. Nina Mazursky does nothing throughout the entire course of the show. She serves no narrative purpose other than uplifting the bride's emotional side. We don't see her tragic backstory until the final episode, and by the time we do, she gets shanked like she's Arthur Fleck. I mean, it's sad and heartfelt, but they really didn't do much with her character.
What use is she walking around in a fishbowl?
Get her in water, it's a different story.
Since Nina is said to be the smartest and most reasonable of the bunch, Amanda Waller says she could help Rick Flag in keeping the rest of the creature commandos in line. But she doesn't really do that. She never prevents the team from crossing the line or stops them from committing heinous atrocities. The only exception to this is her dynamic with the bride.
You're always so hyperbolically violent. You need therapy.
It's because I was saving you again, idiot.
Because you are, my friend.
With Creature Commandos having been renewed for a second season featuring the bride leading a new team, which includes King Shark from the Suicide Squad, they're just one of the several factions or teams that will be given screen time in the DCU. We already know the Green Lantern Corps exists thanks to the Lantern Show. There's Team Peacemaker featured in Peacemaker Season 2. The Authority are still on track to be getting a theatrical movie. The Brave and the Bold is set to have an extensive Bat family. Guy Gardner, Mr. Terrific, and Hawkgirl all seem to have some connection to Maxwell Lord and Lord Tech if they're jackets are of any indication. It seems like they might be fleshing out the other characters of the DC universe before fully committing to a proper Justice League team-up movie, considering James Gunn stated that the Justice League don't even exist yet. A live-action Teen Titans movie is currently in development, and there has been some speculation on the potential roster of that movie, with some thinking the roster will resemble that of the Teen Titans cartoon. From a business perspective, it wouldn't be all that surprising if they wanted to go that route, as that is the most popular and recognizable version of the team. There is no strong evidence of this actually being the case since it's just a rumor, but I would preferably want a roster with some of the founding members in the comics like Donna Troy and Wally West. Funnily enough, one of the executive producers of Creature Commandos, Dean Morey, essentially confirmed that Wally West Kid Flash is somewhere in the background during the montage of all the dead heroes in Cersei's vision.
Are you able to confirm any of those silhouettes? Like, I was surprised to see what seems to clearly be Starfire. And I'm pretty confident I saw like a Wally West Teen Titan Flash off to the right.
Yeah.
Are those, did I see that right?
Yeah. This is exactly what I've been waiting for. This is exactly, I don't mean to sound like Cat Williams, but this is exactly what I've been waiting for.
I don't know where Wally West is supposed to be, but you can clearly see Starfire's design, so I guess that's two confirmed members of the Teen Titans. In terms of roster, I'd always assumed they were going for a more Teen Titans Rebirth iteration, where Damian Wayne as Robin had his own Teen Titans team, which consisted of Wallace West as Kid Flash, not the traditional Wally West, or you know,
the Black One!
You also had Beast Boy, Raven, Starfire, and Aqualad. Not to mention, it seems like Starfire in that vision was rocking her Rebirth costume, but the designs of these characters are subject to change, and it's more so a good estimate of what they might look like in live action. So what we've seen so far is not definitive. This wouldn't apply to characters who will appear in Superman like Hawkgirl, since we've seen their actual designs prior to Creature Commandos.
Batman and stuff, so I would just love to know, did you already consider these are sort of designs for future projects, or is this...
Some of them.
Okay.
Some of them, yes. And some of them, you know, listen, we had to take an educated guess. We have a lot of
steps to go through with some of the characters, and other of the characters we've kind of designed. So yeah, some of them are kind of an educated guess. I wouldn't take everything as, if you see certain characters, I'm not going to take that every single one of them is going to look like that in their physical incarnations down the road. But it's not far off.
The actual Robin of choice, however, could vary depending on when the movie comes out. Because if Teen Titans releases before The Brave and the Bold, then Damian can't be Robin in Teen Titans because The Brave and the Bold is Damian's introduction to the DCU and the Bat family. That movie might not be coming out for a bit, as the current director for the movie, Andy Muschietti, said in a podcast how they don't plan to release The Batman Part 2 and The Brave and the Bold around the same time, and The Batman Part 2 isn't coming out until 2027, while also confirming that the DCU's Batman and Robert Pattinson's portrayal seen in the Matt Reeves universe are completely separate. So if Teen Titans were to hypothetically release before The Brave and the Bold, it could be set a few years prior with Dick Grayson as Robin on the verge of becoming Nightwing, because if you have a Starfire and a Wally West Kid Flash, I don't want a scenario where Dick Grayson is Nightwing as an adult but those other characters are still teenagers. That would be a gargantuan fumble. As for Superman, he's apparently going to be the same age as the actor playing him, David Cornsweet, so around 31 years old. While not an origin story, the movie will center on an earlier part of Superman's life, so my guess he's been doing this for maybe a few years at this point. Him and Batman are known figures this far into the timeline, which I'd imagine Batman is probably more experienced since The Brave and the Bold will feature an extended Bat family. But there could be a time gap coinciding with real time to have Superman closer in age with a Batman who's experienced, as The Brave and the Bold probably won't come out until 2028 or 2029 at the earliest. In terms of the core cast, it seems like Clark and Lois already know each other quite well, all things considered. The plot will incorporate the classic tale of Lex Luthor believing that his viewpoint is what's best for humanity, and while he hates Superman with a passion, they don't really know each other personally yet. Both Jonathan and Martha Kent are still alive at some point during the film's events. We know this for a fact as we see Pa Kent in the teaser trailer, and both him and Martha were cast sometime last year. I'm curious to see the differences between the Woman of Tomorrow movie adaptation and the 8-issue miniseries. The book has Kara celebrating her 21st birthday by going to a planet with a red sun so that she can get drunk. We know in the DCU she's been on Earth for at least a few years by this point. When first revealing the partial slate of Chapter 1, Gunn described the differences between Superman and Supergirl, emphasizing how Kara watched everyone around her die and be killed in terrible ways for the first 14 years of her life, then come to Earth. So I'm wondering whether she would have actually stayed on Earth 7 years prior to Woman of Tomorrow and the Superman movie, or what they'll probably do and just make her physical age younger in the actual movie instead of being 21 years old. I'm just glad we don't have to wait that long to get this universe up and running. Lex Luthor already hates Superman and is causing some problems. Batman is finally gonna have a Bat family after decades of directors and creatives refusing to incorporate the character of Robin in their movies. The Green Lanterns have already made their stance as prominent protectors of Earth. Guy Gardner is probably an experienced Lantern, and we know Hal Jordan will be a Lantern legend in the upcoming Lanterns HBO series, while Jon Stewart is the new recruit and Hal serves as more of a mentor figure. It's only a matter of time before we get to see these characters cross over in World's Finest or Justice League type movies.
Saying my favorite character is Batman, I love him, and I can't wait for people to see more of him, along with Superman. And together.
If this new Superman movie slaps, we might be eating good for the next few years.
Tonight, right here in Dallas, we see the dawn of a new day, the beginning of a new age, and a time where the Cowboys will rightfully regain and take their proper spot among kings. Do you hear me? Regain and take their proper spot among the kings. I'm just letting you know, baby. That's right, baby.
Pokemon Horizons Episode 79 just caused some of the biggest and angriest reactions I've seen in so long in this community. You see, in this episode, Aliko Royandot battled the top champion of Paldea, Gita, and the result of that battle genuinely shocked and stunned and angered so many people. I have an absurd amount to say about this episode. I am so passionate, man. So let's dive into it right here, right now. The episode began with our heroes arriving at the Paldea League building, and they meet with the top champion Gita and Penny and the Elite Four, and then they tell all of them about the 6 heroes and Lucius and the Rakua Paradise, before requesting to enter Area Zero to find Lucius Azente. Honestly, it's really cool to see all the Elite Four here. The writers didn't have to include them, but they chose to anyway to make the story and characters all feel more connected. I really respect that, and now that the Elite Four know about everything going on, it really makes me wonder whether the Elite Four and Gita will be involved in the big final battle towards the end of the series. Similar to what happened in X, Y, and Z with all the gym leaders versus Team Flare. That'd be so cool, man. Gita tells our heroes that Area Zero is forbidden and not accessible because of rare, powerful, unknown Paradox Pokemon that live there, but Liko, Roy, Dot, and Freed beg for the chance to go to Area Zero. This is such an integral part of their journey after all. Then, to everyone's shock, Gita says the only way they're allowed to go to Area Zero is if they prove themselves by beating her in a battle. You heard me right, dude. Liko, Roy, and Dot versus the top champion of Paldea, Gita. We all know that Gita was unfortunately a little bit weak and underused in the games, but man, I really hope the anime is going to do her justice here. Even in a 3v1 battle, Liko, Roy, and Dot's chances of winning here are insanely slim. Gita's a champion after all, but they're determined to give it all they've got. Later on the Pokemon League battlefield, Gita warns our heroes that she's utterly incapable of holding back or compromising in Pokemon battles. So basically she's saying she won't go easy on them. And then the battle begins. It's Florigato, Quaxwell, and Crocalor versus Gita's 3 Pokemon, her ace Glamora and her 2 Glimmets. I really love that Gita is using 3 Pokemon from Area Zero to test whether our heroes are qualified to go there or not. It feels really fitting, dude. So before the battle begins, I just want to say really quickly, this battle has been insanely controversial in the community today, like unbelievably so. So what I'm going to try and do is kind of cover all of the strategies and what happened in the battle, and then I'm going to fully elaborate and fully explain my strong opinions about the battle after we finish talking about the battle, you know? So the battle begins with Roy's Crocalor using Stomping Tantrum, but Gita's 2 Glimmet use Rock Polish to boost their speed and they dodge it easily. Man, I already know this is going to be a fire battle because we're already getting status moves. The 2 Glimmet are flying around way too fast to attack, so our heroes decide to focus on Glamora instead. Crocalor uses Flamethrower, Florigato uses Magical Leaf, and Quaxwell uses Water Gun, but Gita's Glamora easily disintegrates
regarding her personal background and what her story is meant to represent. Now, most people understand that myths were originally transmitted through oral tradition, and therefore there's no definitive version of any given story or character. Mythology evolves and branches off with each generation, and that process continues to this day. I'll be honest though, it kind of bugs me how uncritical most people are when they encounter a variant of a myth that they're unfamiliar with or that contradicts the one they know. More often than not, they simply shrug off their confusion by saying, I guess that's just a different version of the story. But that could mean a whole lot of different things depending on what cultural context a myth variant originated in. With classical mythology, that could be anywhere from archaic Greece to the Roman Empire. And beyond those periods, people have continued to iterate, revise, and spin off classical mythology into the modern day. Distinguishing the time and place a variant came from matters because that knowledge affects how we view the real people who lived there. So, in explaining Medusa, I want to carefully track her evolution over the years step by step. The oldest traces of the Gorgon appear in prehistoric Aegean art, and when I say old, I mean old. The earliest Gorgonian, that is a depiction of a Gorgon's face without a body, is a ceramic mask found in Thessaly which dates back to sometime between 5800 to 5300 BC, several millennia before any of our classical mythological sources. This visage, as adorable as it is, might not remind you too strongly of Medusa, but its defining traits, bulging eyes, flaring nostrils, and a wide open mouth, belong to a pattern seen throughout prehistoric Aegean artwork leading up to the archaic Gorgon. This is the type of Gorgon we see in the Greek Archaic period, a woman with a wide face, sporting almost comically grotesque features including a beard, tusks, a lolling tongue, as well as snakes in her hair and wings. The Gorgonian is probably the most striking image seen all throughout archaic Greek artwork. Unlike most characters whose faces are shown in side profile, the Gorgon is looking straight forward, seemingly staring through the fourth wall at the viewer. It was believed that its intense gaze warded off evil, so Gorgonia appear all over the place on architecture, pottery, coins, shields, amulets, and other common items. My personal favorite are the bowls with faces at the bottom, so when you finish your meal, you get a spooky surprise. Side note, surprisingly, the words Gorgon and gargoyle do not have a shared etymology, even though they sound similar and basically serve the same function. I just thought that was neat and worth mentioning. Anyway, regarding the mythology of the Gorgons in archaic Greece, in Hesiod's Theogony, the sea gods Phorcys and Ceto are the parents of the 3 sisters Steno, Euryale, and Medusa. Medusa, the latter of whom was mortal unlike her deathless sisters. Hesiod also says that Medusa had sex with the god Poseidon, quote, in a soft meadow among spring flowers. This imagery may strike you as surprisingly romantic. As far as we can tell, this was a mutually consensual affair. It's important to keep in mind, however, that this is Hesiod, aka the women are the source of all human suffering guy telling the story. As is unfortunately often the case with the many sexual affairs of Greek mythology, we can't be entirely certain whether or not the woman was a willing participant, because the male writer probably didn't consider that an important enough detail to clarify. Regardless, from Poseidon, Medusa conceives the winged horse Pegasus and the less well-known winged boar Chrysaor, who are birthed from her neck after she's decapitated by the hero Perseus. Homer, meanwhile, describes his version of the Gorgon as a bodiless monster from Hades whose face is brandished on the Aegis, a shield or goatskin garment used by Zeus and Athena to incite fear in their enemies. Homer also mentions Perseus, but never anything about his quest to retrieve Medusa's head, so it's possible that this story never reached him. It's generally thought that Homer lived slightly before Hesiod, but there's no hard evidence for when exactly either of them were born. They both probably lived sometime in the 8th century BC, and may very well have been contemporaries. As for where they lived, Homer is believed to be from the island of Ionia close to modern-day Turkey, while Hesiod was from Boeotia in mainland Greece, so based on their distance from each other, you can see how they could have been working with considerably different mythological traditions. Another side note, I surprisingly had trouble finding references from this era to the idea that looking at a Gorgon's face turns you to stone. There's a recurring notion that the Gorgon's gaze could incite terror or even strike you dead, and some of the earliest art of Perseus shows him turning his head away while decapitating Medusa, so he clearly had reason to avoid making eye contact with her. But specifically regarding petrification, the earliest quotation I could find was from Pindar in the 5th century BC, describing how Perseus brought Medusa's head wreathed in its serpent locks to strike stony death on the islanders. I'm not super clear whether that was an intentional pun or just a fancy choice of words that were later taken literally. But by at least the 3rd century BC, we start to see explicit references to the Gorgon's petrification powers. Anyway, so the archaic Gorgon is unambiguously a monster, but that perception started to change as the years went on. As we move into the classical period, we see a greater and greater emphasis on idealized representations of the human body in art, and not even fearsome monsters could escape this broad stylistic shift. Think about every fantasy setting you've seen where male orcs look like Dave Bautista if he ate another Dave Bautista, meanwhile the female orcs are Victoria's Secret models with underbites. Turns out that's nothing new. The classical period Gorgon, which became the dominant representation through the rest of antiquity, takes on a more ideally feminine form, with all her typical grotesque features stripped away, leaving a conventionally pretty woman with just snake hair and maybe wings. This style of Gorgon also comes off as notably more passive. Depictions of Perseus and Medusa have him attacking her in her sleep, and many Gorgonia are now looking bashfully off to the side as opposed to giving a more assertive front-facing stare. This shift gave rise to a much more sympathetic take on Medusa's story, first seen in Ovid's Metamorphosis. In Ovid's version, Medusa was originally a human woman with beautiful hair, but after being assaulted by the god Neptune in Minerva's temple, the goddess punished her by turning her hair into snakes. Though this new backstory seems to be entirely an invention of Ovid's as a work of fiction, it's since been incorporated into the broader Medusa mythos. So, while Medusa originated as a monster meant to instill fear, as her story evolved, it became impossible for us now to view her as anything but a tragic victim. She was an innocent woman who was assaulted by a man, unjustly punished for it by another woman, and then killed in her sleep by some random guy. It's no surprise then that Medusa's story resonated strongly with members of the second wave feminist movement, and the Gorgonian once again became used as a protective symbol, now specifically for women, her grotesque visage representing rage against the injustice she suffered. And at some point after Medusa's adoption as a feminist symbol, a new interpretation emerged of Ovid's backstory, where Minerva transformed her not as a twisted form of victim-blaming punishment, but rather as a gift. With the ability to turn men to stone, Medusa would be safe from unwanted lust. But tragically, this newfound strength only turned her into a target for Perseus, who killed her to take the power for himself. I don't actually know where this particular modern revision came from. As far as I can tell, it's been circulating on the internet for the past several years. If anyone knows who first introduced it, let me know in the comments. Medusa is a perfect example of how mythology continuously evolves even to this day, and each addition to her story makes her a more and more interesting character. However, I think we should be careful not to be so fixated on her most recent iteration that we lose sight of her rich history. Each iteration composition of Medusa is a reflection of the people who helped form her, from proto-red pill incel Hesiod to 20th century feminist writer Alana I don't know if I can say her name on YouTube. So there's this neat thing called syncretism that happens in polytheistic religions, where similar gods from different cultures can, over years of exchange, merge into one figure. And when two gods combine with each other, so do their family trees. And so when you have centuries of exchange between patriarchal societies, each of whom have their own chief god with his own far-reaching royal lineage, well, you get Zeus. Or at least this is one popular explanation for why he has such a hard time keeping it in his tunic. Zeus, of course, had a number of children with his queen wife Hera, most notably Ares, the god of war, bloodlust, and courage. Ares wasn't exactly Zeus's favorite offspring. In fact, Homer puts Zeus on record saying his ass would have been kicked out of Olympus if he wasn't his son. But while he was certainly a fearsome god, and from what we can tell relatively unpopular in cult worship, he still has his role as a deity, as we see in Homeric hymn number 8 to Ares, where he's called on to grant courage and victory to those in turmoil. Zeus and Hera also had a daughter named Aletheia, goddess of childbirth. When the hero Heracles was about to be born, Zeus announced that the next male born of his line would rule as king over his homeland. But Hera, never a big fan of her husband's love children, commanded Aletheia to prolong Alcmene's labor long enough so that Eurystheus, another descendant of Zeus, could be born first, thus stealing Heracles' birthright. Zeus and Hera's other daughter was Hebe. Her name literally means youth, and as cupbearer of the Olympians, she represented the god's eternal youthfulness. After Heracles ascended to godhood, Hera offered him Hebe's hand in marriage as a peace offering to end their long-running feud. Also, according to Pseudo-Apollodorus, Zeus and Hera were the parents of the craftsman god Hephaestus. However, other sources say he was immaculately conceived by Hera after Zeus birthed Athena. I made other videos going into detail on each of those gods' births. Now, if we look outside of wedlock, Zeus of course has many more kiddos. One notable love affair of Zeus's was that with the Theban princess Semele, with whom he conceived the god Dionysus. Despite his best efforts to hide his lechery, Hera of course found out about Semele and went to her in disguise. Under Hera's advice, she made Zeus swear an oath to grant her one wish, and then demanded that he court her in the way he would with his godly wife. Needless to say, Zeus's full-on god form was a bit much for her to handle, and she died of fright and was vaporized by his lightning. Luckily though, Zeus snatched up their fetus son Dionysus and stuck him inside his leg to finish baking. Now, Dionysus is a complicated god with a lot of disconnected myths from various localized cults, but Pseudo-Apollodorus attempted to arrange some of these myths to form a coherent narrative of the god's early career. After Dionysus was born from Zeus's leg, he was sent to be raised by a king and queen named Ino and Athamas, until Hera drove them into a child-murdering frenzy. So Zeus turned Dionysus into a kid, the goat kind, not the human kind, and brought him to live with some nymphs on a faraway mountain called Nysa. Other sources state that this was actually his original birthplace, likely as an attempt to etymologize his name as meaning god of Nysa. As a young god, his first accomplishment was of course inventing wine, but soon afterward Hera struck him mad. She really likes doing that. And he spent the next several years traveling around the world, partying, starting mystery cults, and sending people into murderous frenzies. Teenagers always have their phases. At one point he was kidnapped by some pirates, so to escape he unleashed otherworldly horrors upon them and then turned them into dolphins. After this episode, he was finally recognized as a god and took his place among the Olympians. Another hookup of Zeus's was with the Titan goddess Leto, but when Leto was in labor with the twin gods Artemis and Apollo, Hera of course made it her mission to make her life as difficult as possible and forbid any land from letting her give birth there. After wandering for a while, she ended up on the island of Delos, where she was finally accepted. But her trouble wasn't over yet, because Hera also distracted Aletheia from leaving Olympus to grant Leto's children birth. So Leto's labor persisted for 9 nights until the messenger goddess Iris showed up to tell Aletheia her services were needed. And finally, the gods Artemis and Apollo were born. Apollo was quite a well-rounded god. His talents included music, archery, medicine, oracular prophecy, and being a huge slut. Apollo's first notable accomplishment was slaying Python, a giant serpent guarding the Oracle of Delphi, after which he became the patron deity of the sacred region of Delphi and the highest god of prophecy. Another notable escapade of his was his music contest with the satyr Marsyas. The goddess Athena invented the flute, but when she realized she looked silly while playing it, she tossed it away. When Marsyas found it, he went to Apollo and challenged him to a contest where the winner could do whatever he wanted to the loser. Apollo then flipped the flute and played it upside down, a feat which Marsyas couldn't hope to match, and Apollo was the clear winner. But don't worry, I'm sure Marsyas got off easy. We also can't forget Apollo's many loves, like Daphne, who didn't exactly reciprocate his affection, and while running from his advances, asked Zeus to turn her into a laurel tree. Or Apollo's boyfriend Hyacinth, who unfortunately died in a tragic frisbee accident. Apollo isn't great at maintaining long-term relationships. This, of course, didn't stop him from being by far one of the most popular gods in the entire Greek pantheon. Popular enough even to apparently steal other gods' jobs. Remember what I mentioned about syncretism? Well, early tradition identifies Helios as a distinct god who drives his sun chariot across the sky each day. As time goes on, however, we start to see his role taken up by Apollo, with Helios either considered an elder Titan god who was replaced, or an alternate form of Apollo himself. Then, of course, there was Apollo's twin sister, Artemis, who was a bit more of a black sheep. As a child, she asked for her father Zeus's permission to never marry, and went to live in the forest with her entourage of gal pals. Interpret that how you will. Her passion in life was hunting, but her main duty as a deity was to be a patron and protector of young women until their marriage, and to give aid to women in childbirth. Artemis usually didn't have a great relationship with men. Once a hunter named Actrion spied on her while she was bathing. When she noticed him, she transformed him into a stag, and then his hunting dogs tore him apart. She did, however, make friends with Orion, the giant son of Poseidon who could walk on water. Unfortunately, their friendship didn't last long. According to Hesiod, Orion was such a good hunter that the earth goddess Gaia got angry and sent a giant scorpion to kill him. However, in a much later version from the Astronomica, it said that Artemis loved Orion so much she considered breaking her vow never to marry. To prevent this, Apollo took her out to shore while Orion was strolling far out into the sea and was like, "Hey, I bet you can't hit that ambiguous large object far off in the horizon." "Oh, just you wait, bucko." Ow, I'm Artemis's best friend Orion, and now I'm dead. I feel so betrayed, blah. What have I done? So yeah, I guess both those siblings have crappy love lives. And that's just to name a very small portion of Zeus's offspring. I actually wanted to cover a lot more in this video, but I'm a bit pressed for time right now because there are some other projects I'm eager to get started on over the next couple months. I'm glad though I was able to introduce you to a couple new gods as well as revisit some older ones in more thorough detail. And thankfully there's still plenty more material I can work with for a future video on this subject. Because Zeus, well, he's Zeus. So, I got some things wrong in my last couple videos, and I figure I should acknowledge them cause, like, integrity or whatever. In my Medusa video, I said Homer was from the island of Ionia, which is a dubious claim considering there is no island called Ionia. This is the Greek island of Chios, which was home to a municipality called Ionia, until 2011 when it was dissolved in an administrative reform. But that's beside the point because this isn't even the Ionia where Homer is believed to be from. That would have been this whole coastal region of western Turkey where several Greek city-states existed in the Archaic period. This region did actually include Chios for what that's worth, so it's not implausible that Homer lived there specifically. I'm gonna give myself half credit for that one. Another mistake I made in that video was spelling Pegasus Pegaeus. Obviously that was just a typo that slipped under my nose, a pretty reasonable mistake. However, in my video on Zeus's kids, I made a complete and utter blunder with my description of Apollo's music contest with Marsyas. I said that Apollo won by flipping Marsyas's flute and playing it upside down. But in the original myth, he actually played his lyre backwards, you know, the instrument I drew him to be constantly playing. And then he challenged Marsyas to do the same with his flute, which obviously he couldn't do. It clearly says lyre in the quote that I copy-pasted from Pseudo-Apollodorus's library, so I don't have an excuse. Every time I've read this story, I've just mentally processed it as Apollo playing the flute, because I guess it just made more sense to me that if they were doing a music contest, they'd be playing the same instrument. And I realize it's physically impossible to play the double flute upside down, like where would your mouth even go? But I thought that was the point, because Apollo's a god, so he can just do whatever he wants even if it doesn't make sense, and that's why Marsyas shouldn't have done a hubris. But no, it turns out he was doing something actually clever, and I was doing something stupid, because I can't read. I'm 5 years old, I pee my pants every day, I'm a baby. The Olympian god Hermes was conceived by Zeus and Maia, the daughter of the Titan god Atlas. According to Homeric hymn number 4 to Hermes, Maia was shy and gave birth to her son alone in a cave in a mountain called Selene. Hermes was a little rascal right from the start, and soon after being born busted out of his swaddling and wandered outside. There he saw a tortoise which he killed and used to invent the lyre. After a quick jam session, Hermes then set out to the region of Pieria where the cattle of his half-brother Apollo grazed. He made soft sandals to hide his footprints and then drove 50 of Apollo's cattle away from their pasture, having them walk backwards to make them harder to track. On his way, Hermes passed by an old man tending to his vineyard and made a polite bribe/threat to buy his silence. Then Hermes hid the cows away near the river Alpheus, but not before sacrificing two and spreading their hides on rocks. He then returned home and slipped back into his swaddling clothes. Son, were you just up to some cunning mischief? No. I'm gonna get smited, aren't I? The next day, Apollo realized some of his cattle were missing and set to searching for them. He came upon the same old man and asked him if he'd seen anything. And stuck between the wrath of a vindictive god and the wrath of a vindictive god, he decided to snitch on Hermes. Apollo then showed up in Maia's cave and demanded a confession from Hermes or else he'd be tossed into Tartarus. But Hermes was just like, "What? I didn't steal any cows. I'm just a whittle baby. I don't even know what a cow is, teehee." Apollo wasn't buying this, so the two brothers went up to Olympus for Zeus to judge their case. Hermes managed to Better Call Saul his way out of self-incrimination, much to Zeus's amusement. Nonetheless, he commanded Hermes to show Apollo where he hid the cattle without any more trickery. As the brothers arrived at the river Alpheus, Apollo saw the two hides left from Hermes' sacrifice, and became a little freaked out imagining how strong Hermes would become if he could already skin 2 whole cows as a newborn baby. So Apollo attempted to tie Hermes up with 2 branch withes, only for him to pull his Uno reverse card and command the branches to grow and encircle the cattle. Then, in order to pacify the situation, Hermes busted out his lyre and started playing some sick tunes. Whoa, those are some sick tunes. You can have all these cows if you give me that instrument. And so Hermes gave Apollo the lyre in exchange for the cattle, and the two quickly became besties for life. And Hermes became the messenger of the Olympian gods as well as of Hades, and a patron to travelers, herders, messengers, thieves, and all others who use the roads, even the dead on their way to the afterlife. Now, you're probably familiar with the story of the birth of Aphrodite as first told by Hesiod, where Cronus, leader of the Titans, castrated his father Uranus and flung his severed genitals into the ocean. This produced foam, which over time formed into the goddess, who then washed up on the eastern Mediterranean island of Cyprus. This is by far the most well-known myth of Aphrodite's origin. However, other sources, including none other than Homer, believed her to actually be yet another daughter of Zeus and the Titan goddess Dione. In a way, Aphrodite could be considered one of the most powerful Olympians, as she had the ability to inspire ravenous lust in all of the gods. The only ones outside of her influence were the maiden goddesses Athena, Artemis, and Hestia, each of whom vowed never to marry. Clearly, she got a real kick out of making Zeus in particular fall in love with mortals. I mean, I had to start this multi-part video series just to cover some of his most famous kids after all. But one time, Zeus decided to turn the tables on her. In Homeric hymn number 5 to Aphrodite, he made her fall madly in love with a handsome Trojan man named Anchises. Now, you may find yourself asking, wait, how does Zeus have the power to do that if he's not a love god? And, well, this story is a good example of why terms like god of love, god of the sky, god of whatever aren't always useful. In general, I wouldn't think of gods as having a set of super specific powers exclusive to their domains. In practice, gods can bend the laws of nature however they want, and their God of X title is more of an indicator of the ways they usually choose to exercise their abilities. What I'm saying is Greek gods aren't like Pokemon. Anyway, Aphrodite was super down bad for Anchises, but didn't want to be seen lusting after a mortal, so she disguised herself as a human and went to him claiming to be a Phrygian princess betrothed to him by order of Hermes. However, after they finished doing the thing that gets YouTube videos demonetized, she revealed her true godly form to Anchises and told him she would bear his son, the Trojan hero Aeneas, and place him in the care of the mountain nymphs for the first 5 years of his life before being returned to his father. But should Anchises ever tell someone that he, a mere mortal, begot a son by the goddess Aphrodite, he'd get the living shit smited out of him. So Anchises probably didn't appreciate that someone wrote a hymn about this story. Aphrodite had a number of other lovers, both mortal and immortal, but she still can't hold a candle to Zeus's body count, probably partially because Zeus was even willing to hook up with his own siblings, not just his queen wife Hera, but also Demeter, goddess of the harvest. The two of them had Persephone, who was then betrothed to her uncle Hades. I covered that classic specific story in another video. Persephone is often called Goddess of Spring, but that's another misleading title. It's really her mother who ushers in springtime when she returns from the underworld each year. Persephone's primary role, based on surviving evidence, was as Queen of the Underworld. In mythology, we often see her passing judgment on mortals, sometimes showing favor to heroes like Heracles and Orpheus who ventured into the underworld on daring quests, or imposing eternal punishment on those who disrespected her in life, like Pirithous, who had his ass permanently stuck to a stone for attempting to seduce the goddess. Now, it was also with Persephone, his own daughter, that Zeus decided to take his sexual depravity a step further and conceived the Orphic god Zagreus. Yes, that Zagreus. He was an extremely obscure god, most closely associated with the Orphic cults, and very little was written about him. Which is easy to understand. The chief god committing double incest probably would have been a little too much for mainstream Hellenic culture to swallow. And that's saying something. Though for what it's worth, there's one early fragmentary source claiming his father was actually Hades, which Supergiant gladly took and ran with. Most surviving accounts of Zagreus come at the very tail end of classical antiquity, as polytheism was fading away in the Greek and Roman world. And in these sources, there's clear influence from the Egyptian Osiris myth, which probably came into play during the Hellenistic period. The most detailed source covering Zagreus is the Dionysica, a 5th century epic poem by Nonnus, which seems to stitch together various earlier accounts in an attempt to form a coherent narrative of the god's life. How well this reconstructed narrative actually reflects Orphic tradition, I have no idea. Our tale begins with Persephone hidden away in a cave by her mother to protect her from suitors. Zeus, however, took on the form of a serpent and snuck inside to assault her, and then she gave birth to Zagreus. As a baby, Zagreus climbed onto Zeus's Olympian throne, brandishing thunderbolts, a clear omen he was destined to inherit his father's status as king of the gods. This was of course a major threat to Hera, who would be replaced as Zeus's highest consort if another woman bore her husband's heir. So she goaded the Titans into doing away with the kid. They disguised their faces with chalk and then went to the godling, distracting him with toys. And then once Zagreus let his guard down, the Titans chopped him up into pieces. Zeus then took his son's torn up heart and mixed it into a drink and gave it to Semele, who then conceived Dionysus. And now, if you're curious about Zagreus' sister, Melanoe, also a child of Zeus and Persephone, you can check out this other video I've already made. Hey, I'm pretty good at this YouTube algorithm thing. So, the heroic bard Orpheus was the son of the muse Calliope and Oeagrus, king of Thrace, though there were also traditions that claimed his father was the Olympian god Apollo. Orpheus was the greatest musician of his time, able to spellbind not just humans with his lyre, but also plants, animals, and even inanimate rocks. His skills were invaluable to Jason and the Argonauts, who he accompanied on their journey to retrieve the Golden Fleece. I'll probably make a video about those adventures at some point before the heat death of the universe. He also was said to have visited Egypt and learned the secret rites of Dionysus, which he then brought back to Greece and formed the Orphic mystery cults. This story was probably created to explain perceived similarities between Greek and Egyptian cult worship. Of course, by far the most famous story involving Orpheus was of his love for his late wife Eurydice. Unfortunately, Greek writers like Diodorus Siculus and Pseudo-Apollodorus only give us short summaries of this myth. The best and most detailed classical account comes from the Roman poet Ovid. On the day of Orpheus and Eurydice's wedding, Orpheus invited the marriage god Hymen, don't laugh, to attend. But once arriving, he couldn't manage to light his ceremonial torch, signaling bad omens for the bride and groom. Shortly after the wedding, Eurydice was walking in the grass with her naiad gal pals when she got bit on the ankle by a viper and immediately dropped dead. Orpheus was utterly crushed by the loss of his wife, and after realizing that his mourning would never end so long as they were separated, he resolved to get her back. He traveled all the way into the underworld and came before Hades and Persephone, or I guess it would have been Dispater and Proserpina, cause Ovid was Roman. Orpheus then performed a passionate song, pleading with Hades to return Eurydice to the world of the living, reasoning that since all humans must spend eternity in the underworld, allowing them a few more fleeting years together shouldn't make much of a difference to the god of the dead. He also alluded to Dis and Proserpina's own romance to hopefully tug on the heartstrings a little. His song was so moving meaning that all the tormented spirits of Tartarus stopped to listen, and not even the Furies could hold back tears. Dis then decided to allow Eurydice to leave the underworld with her husband, but not without a condition. Orpheus would have to lead the way back to the surface with his back to Eurydice at all times. And should he at any point in their journey turn around to look at her, she would have to return to the underworld. The two of them traveled silently all the way to the threshold between the lands of the living and dead. But just as he was about to pass through, Orpheus was overtaken by a sudden fear that Eurydice had fallen behind and gotten lost. And he turned around, only to watch his beloved wife disappear again into the shadows of the underworld, this time for good. Wallowing in a brand new wave of depression, Orpheus decided to officially swear off relationships with women, and instead focused his affections toward young boys. Gotta love those ancient Greeks. Imagine getting so red-pilled you become a pedophile. Anyway, 3 years after the loss of Eurydice, Orpheus put on an angsty concert for the local forest creatures, singing of handsome young men loved by the gods and women who were punished by the gods for their lustfulness. In doing so, he attracted the attention of a group of Maenads, female worshippers of Dionysus, who, in their Bacchic frenzy, became enraged at Orpheus for rejecting the love of women and tore him apart. And in death, his soul returned to the underworld to permanently reunite with Eurydice, making for a beautifully bittersweet ending to this tale. So, can we talk about that whole pedophile phase you went through? So the first king of the gods was Uranus, the sky. Yes, I choose to pronounce his name like that. His mom-wife was Gaia, the earth, and they had a bunch of kids together, namely the many-limbed Hecatoncheires, the one-eyed Cyclopes, and the more or less normal-looking Titan gods. Uranus tossed his Cyclops and Hecatoncheire children into Tartarus because of their ugliness, much to Gaia's dismay. So Gaia gave her Titan son Cronus a sickle so he could chop off his dad's junk and become the new king of the gods and set his siblings free. But once released, Cronus saw them and said, "Oh wow, you guys really are ugly as fuck, never mind," and sent them right back to Tartarus. So then Gaia helped the Olympian gods free their uncles and usurp their father. But once Zeus was in charge, he tossed the Titans into Tartarus, and Gaia said, "Okay, apparently I haven't made it clear enough that I don't want to see any of my kids imprisoned in a primordial abyss." That's kind of been the whole idea behind these divine rebellions, but I guess no one got that. Now, according to the Greek poet Hesiod, when Uranus was castrated, some drops of schlong blood landed on the earth, and from these Gaia eventually gave birth to the giants. Then in Pseudo-Apollodorus' narrative, she sent these giants to usurp the Olympians. The gods received a prophecy that the giants could only be defeated with the help of a mortal hero, so they enlisted the aid of Heracles and set out to do battle. The giant Alcyoneus was invincible due to a totally broken healing buff as long as he was within the land of his birth. So under Athena's advice, Heracles picked him up and brought him over the borders of Pellene, where he died. The giant Porphyrion was defeated when Zeus made him fall in love with his wife Hera, and while distracted, he got his ass smited by a thunderbolt poison arrow combo attack. Heracles also teamed up with Apollo to kill the giant Ephialtes. Dionysus bonked Eurytos with his staff, Hecate burned Cleitos with her torches, and Hephaestus yeeted some hot iron at Mimas. Athena skinned the god Pallas to create armor for her battle with the giant Enceladus, though this act alone was apparently enough for him to nope out of the fight. So she tossed the island of Sicily on top of him. Polybotes also was pinned under the island of Niceron thrown by Poseidon. Hermes took Hades' cap of invisibility and took out the giant Hippolytus with a stealth attack. Artemis shot Gradion, and even the Fates stepped into the ring to help kill Agrius and Thoas. The rest were killed by Zeus and Heracles. This wasn't the last time the gods would have to deal with giants, though. One time, a Thessalian princess named Iphimedia fell in love with Poseidon, and the two of them hooked up and conceived sons named Otis and Ephialtes. No relation to the Ephialtes from earlier. These two brothers quickly grew to massive size, reaching over 50 feet in height by the time they were 9 years old. They were also strong enough to defeat Ares, who they bound and stuffed inside a jar. He'd spend 3 months in there until Hermes arrived to let him loose. Otis and Ephialtes decided they wanted to take the goddesses Hera and Artemis as wives, so they began stacking mountains on top of each other in order to reach Olympus. However, Artemis transformed herself into a deer and leapt between the giants. The two of them, not wanting to pass up some good old-fashioned impromptu game hunting, fired their bows at the animal, only to shoot each other dead. Whew, well that's the last time I have mutually consensual intercourse. You're right, that's certainly the lesson we should be taking from this.
The Journey to the West is one of China's 4 great classical novels. It's an ancient allegory for enlightenment, and it's approximately 2,000 pages long. As such, it's not exactly a text I could easily summarize in a single video of rational length. Anyway, The Journey to the West is packed full of symbolism, dense literary context, and some majorly influential characters, and it's widely agreed upon that the most memorable of these characters is Sun Wukong, the mischievous Monkey King. Sun Wukong's most famous mark on the modern world is probably Dragon Ball's Son Goku, a character specifically designed to emulate the abilities, appearance, and overall impulsive goofiness of the original Monkey King. But Sun Wukong's influence is far from being restricted to anime. Stories based on the character's exploits have appeared in almost every form of media, which is why it might come as a surprise to learn that he isn't the main character in The Journey to the West. That honor belongs to the monk Xuanzang, a character so vital to the plot that we don't even know he exists for the first 7 chapters, which are instead devoted exclusively to the life of Sun Wukong and how he made it his mission to single-handedly piss off every deity in all 3 of China's major religions. Now, I am nothing if not faithful to my source material, so in keeping with the structure of the text, this first video will be covering the history of Sun Wukong, and then in later videos, we'll see about actually getting to the rest of the not inconsiderable length of this text. So our story begins on Flower Fruit Mountain, an island paradise full of dragons, magic birds, immortal peach trees, and one really big rock. Allow me to direct your attention to this rock, as it is about to perform a magic trick. Ta-da! The rock splits in half, revealing another rock! But this rock is special. It's actually a rock egg, no not that one, and it appears to have inherited the magic prowess of its daddy rock, as it scarcely existed for more than a minute before it abruptly transforms into a stone monkey. Now, this monkey may have spontaneously generated barely 3 seconds prior, but he already knows his manners, so he bows to the 4 cardinal directions, and in the process inadvertently activates his laser eyes, which cause quite a disturbance when they shoot all the way into the palace of the Jade Emperor, the head honcho of heaven himself. So the stone monkey hangs out with a friendly population of not stone monkeys who one day decide to follow their favorite river up to its source, whereupon they find that it comes, unsurprisingly, from a big fancy waterfall. So all the monkeys are like, oh man, if only one of us were impulsive enough to jump into the waterfall and see what happens, we'd make him the Monkey King! And the stone monkey is like, did somebody say impulsive? And dives in. So on the other side of the waterfall, he finds a gorgeous cavern decked out with an iron bridge and an enormous stone mansion, fully furnished with all the necessities of life. The monkeys are understandably impressed, and they all pile in to live in this newly discovered cavernous paradise, and for his achievement, the stone monkey is now officially crowned the Monkey King. So the monkey population of Flower Fruit Mountain live in peace and security for several hundred years, but one day, Monkey King has an existential crisis, pulls a Gilgamesh, and goes on a quest for immortality. 9 years and 2 continents later, he finally finds an immortal Taoist sage who lives on top of the mountain of heart and mind in the cave of the slanting moon and 3 stars. Man, these names are a mouthful. So the immortal sage Subodhi takes on the Monkey King as one of his disciples, and he gives him a new name, derived from a large number of increasingly complex character traits, and long story short, his name is now Sun Wukong. So after a 7-year training montage, Subodhi finally teaches Sun Wukong a way to become immortal, which Wukong starts practicing. Another 3 years go by, and Sun Wukong is feeling pretty good about life. He's practicing the Tao, he's functionally immortal, and life is good. But Subodhi warns him that he's not out of the woods yet. Turns out, the court of heaven doesn't actually approve of this method of immortality, and will send down 3 calamities in an effort to kill him, one every 500 years. First, they'll strike him with lightning, then later, if that didn't work, they'll set him on fire. And finally, if neither of those do the trick, they'll straight up disintegrate him. This understandably wigs out Sun Wukong, but Subodhi offers to teach him the art of the earthly multitude, which will let him transform into 72 different things. With this, the 3 calamities won't be able to touch him. He also teaches Wukong how to fly, just because. But, unsurprisingly, giving awesome cosmic powers to a suicidally impulsive magical monkey leads to some wacky hijinks, and Master Subodhi has to kick him out so he won't accidentally reveal his secret teachings. So Sun Wukong, now immortal, 20 years older and hypothetically wiser, at last returns to the Water Curtain Cave on Flower Fruit Mountain, and he returns just in time since the monkey population has been being harassed by a monster known only as the Monstrous King of Havoc, who's been intermittently stopping by and kidnapping them to use as servants. So Wukong goes and challenges the monster to a duel and proceeds to absolutely kick his ass with his newfound Taoist superpowers, and then he rescues the captive monkeys and flies them all back home. So all is well on Flower Fruit Mountain, but Wukong decides that his monkey kingdom should probably have a monkey army so stuff like the kidnapping thing doesn't happen anymore. On that note, Wukong also takes a trip down to the Dragon Palace in the Eastern Ocean to see if the Dragon King has a weapon befitting his strength that he could borrow. Long story short, after dismissing every superpowered weapon the Dragon King offers him, Wukong ends up taking an obscenely heavy magic size-changing iron pillar out of the palace treasury and using it as a staff. So Wukong's very happy with his new weapon and asks the Dragon King for some fancy new duds to go with his fancy new stick thing. And by now, the Dragon King is so terrified of this super powerful monkey that he gathers all of his dragon brothers and together they assemble a fancy outfit for Wukong just to get him out of their house. When he returns to Flower Fruit Mountain to show his mates his gear, he gets so hyped up that he briefly turns into a huge demonic caricature of himself, which terrifies the local demon population so much that demon kings show up at his front door to form an alliance with him. So life is going pretty well for the Monkey King, until one day, while taking a nap, he's abruptly kidnapped by 2 emissaries of Yama, the King of Hell, who carry him off to the underworld. Wukong is understandably pissed, seeing as this is technically death and violates the whole immortality deal, and he starts bashing his way into the Palace of Darkness to lodge a complaint with the 10 Kings. So the 10 Kings are like,
whoa, there must have been some kind of mistake. I mean, there must be a bunch of dudes named Sun Wukong, right?
And Wukong is like, yeah, right. Show me where that's written down. So they sort through all the ledgers of the dead until they find the one about him, and he scribbles out his name, along with the names of as many monkeys as he can find, thus freeing them from the jurisdiction of the underworld gods. Satisfied, Wukong bashes his way back out of the underworld, then wakes up and and tells all the monkeys the good news. But all is not well in the Kingdom of Heaven, as the Jade Emperor finds himself inundated with complaints about this Monkey King who keeps causing trouble. So at first the Jade Emperor wants to have him arrested for his shenanigans, but the spirit of Venus suggests instead that they offer the Monkey King a position in the bureaucracy of heaven, whereupon they'd be able to better control his actions and easily discipline him if need be. The Jade Emperor gives the thumbs up and they send down the Gold Star of Venus to deliver the offer to Wukong, who eagerly accepts. So the Gold Star takes him up to heaven and takes him to meet the Jade Emperor, who appoints him the position of Pima Wen, which makes him the head of the Imperial Stables. So Wukong thinks that's pretty sweet, and he's fairly chill with the whole situation until he thinks to ask what exactly his rank is, whereupon he is informed that Pima Wen is actually the lowest possible position in the entire bureaucracy of heaven. Wukong, being a bit of a diva at this point, is understandably pissed, and once again bashes his way out of heaven and returns to Flower Fruit Mountain to sulk. So Wukong decides to make himself feel better by calling himself the Great Sage equal to heaven, and meanwhile the Jade Emperor learns of his temper tantrum and sends down several celestial soldiers to capture him. The first among these is the Mighty Spirit God, who challenges Wukong to a duel. Wukong's like, dude, just tell your boss I want a better title. And the Mighty Spirit God is like,
why don't you tell him yourself? In hell!
And gets utterly destroyed for his troubles. So then Prince Nada confronts Wukong, who's like, what are you, 12? Look, kid, just tell your boss I want to be called Great Sage equal to heaven, alright? And Nada's like, I'll show you who's 12! And transforms into a big scary monster with a butt ton of weapons. Wukong is, of course, unimpressed, and matches the transformation with one of his own. They fight for a while until Wukong gets the drop on Nada with a duplicate and smacks him with his stick thingy. So they tell the Jade Emperor what happened, and the Emperor is all like,
how dare he resist arrest? Clearly we must execute him!
But the Gold Star of Venus, apparently the only voice of reason in the entire heavenly bureaucracy, suggests that rather than risk their entire army on one super powerful immortal monkey, they just give Wukong what he wants, an empty title. So they do, and a department is set up in heaven for him to lounge around in and not cause trouble. Unsurprisingly, Wukong is completely down for spending his days languishing in heaven, being weighted on hand and foot by celestial spirits determined not to give him a reason to go on a rampage. But one of the resident Taoist immortals suggests that Wukong might end up getting bored, which carries with it the terrifying possibility of the great Sun Wukong rampaging through heaven looking for entertainment. So the Jade Emperor assigns a relatively harmless but time-consuming duty to Wukong, tending the Garden of Peaches of Immortality. Wukong's super down for that, but quickly finds that having to maintain a garden full of delicious immortality-granting peaches without eating any of them is impossible for his poor impulsive brain to handle. So, if you've been taking notes, this means he's now double immortal. But this comes back to bite him on the butt when the time comes for the Queen Mother of Heaven to hold her annual Peach Festival, and her 7 color-coded immortal maidens enter the grove only to find that it is notably lacking in peaches. They inadvertently wake Wukong up, who decides that he wants to go to the festival too. So Wukong paralyzes the maidens, impersonates a local immortal who was invited, then scoots on into the banquet hall. See, stuff like this, it's why you weren't invited in the first place. So when he arrives, he's immediately distracted by the smell of wine and proceeds to make off with the entire supply of heavenly booze, which also makes you immortal. So Wukong, now triply immortal and thoroughly drunk, inadvertently stumbles into Lao Tzu's little slice of heaven while searching for a place to sleep it off. And if you want to know who this Lao Tzu person is,
I'm working on it, goddammit. Ninjas, oh god!
So drunk Wukong stumbles into Lao Tzu's palace to say hello, but he can't find the sage anywhere. But he does find Lao Tzu's alchemical lab, in which he finds several gourds full of pills of immortality. 3 guesses as to what Wukong does next. So Wukong, now quadruply immortal and abruptly sober, realizes that that might not have been the smartest move on his part, and opts to flee back to Flower Fruit Mountain to escape the consequences of his actions. Meanwhile, the 7 immortal maidens, the wine carriers, the people in charge of the banquet, Lao Tzu, the officials from Wukong's department, and the immortal Wukong impersonated, all independently present their grievances to the Jade Emperor, who quickly puts 2 and 2 together and dispatches pretty much the entire army of heaven to apprehend Sun Wukong. Now, of course, because Wukong is absurdly powerful, this is ineffective, and what was supposed to be a simple capture mission turns into a full-scale battle between the forces of heaven and Sun Wukong's army of demon monkeys. Now, while all that drama is happening, who should arrive at the heavenly palace but the Bodhisattva Kuan Yin and her disciple Moksha, who came for the Peach Festival and are understandably surprised to find the heavenly palace in complete disarray. So Kuan Yin asks what all the fuss is about, and upon being briefed, she sends Moksha down to get a sense of what's going on. So Moksha arrives at Flower Fruit Mountain just in time for Wukong, who's been thoroughly kicking the collective asses of the army of heaven, to demand a fight with somebody. So Moksha and Wukong battle for a while, but Moksha unfortunately can't quite keep up with the Monkey King and has to return to heaven in defeat. But Kuan Yin, now better briefed on the situation, suggests a god who could be sent to fight Wukong, Erlang, a powerful loose cannon of a deity who don't play by the Jade Emperor's rules. So they summon him, and he goes to confront Wukong, who's like, oh, hey, if you don't mind, could you send out the Devarajas to fight me, because I'm kind of getting bored over here. And Erlang is like,
not as bored as you're gonna be.
And they fight. They both end up turning into Godzilla-scale monsters, but Wukong inadvertently terrifies his own army into a rout with how scary he looks. And in turn, the sight of his own fleeing army disheartens the Monkey King, who shrinks down and runs away. But Erlang isn't going to be evaded that easily, and he uses his magical third eye, he has one of those, to find Wukong, who's turned into an innocent-looking sparrow. Erlang responds by by turning into a sparrow hawk, in response to which Wukong transforms into a cormorant, and this kind of goes on for a while. Shapeshifter duels are fun. In the end, it's our buddy Lao Tzu who manages to capture the Monkey King by entrapping him in a diamond snare. Wukong, captured at last, is brought to the monster execution block, where apparently the Court of Heaven forgot the meaning of the word immortal, since nothing they throw at him hurts him in any way. So the Jade Emperor is at a loss as to how to kill him, but Lao Tzu has a suggestion. If they stick him in his magic brazier of 8 trigrams and leave him there for 49 days, they should be able to separate out the elixir of immortality from his body, and as a happy consequence, leave the troublesome Monkey King about as dead as you can get. So 49 days pass, and they finally open the brazier to extract the elixir, only to find that it's still firmly attached to Sun Wukong, whose only issue with the experience is that the smoke gave him awesome-looking red eyes. So Wukong is 110% done with heaven, so he starts fighting his way through the entire heavenly army. The Jade Emperor, now completely out of options, finally calls on his last resort, the Buddha himself. So Buddha and his 2 best disciples, Ananda and Kashyapa, go to deal with Wukong, who is at present fighting 36 thunder deities, because why not? So Buddha asks Wukong what he wants, and Wukong's like, you know what? I'm kind of feeling like overthrowing the Jade Emperor today. Wouldn't that be fun? And Buddha's like,
Tell you what, I'll make a bet with you, okay? If you can successfully jump out of the palm of my hand, I'll believe that you're qualified to rule heaven in his place.
and it's time for another exciting round of What Will Sun Wukong Do Next? Let's hear it, ladies and gentlemen. Unsurprisingly, Sun Wukong takes that bet and blasts off from Buddha's hand until he reaches the very edge of the universe itself, where he finds 5 pillars supporting the sky. Wukong decides to leave a memento of himself there, graffitiing one of the pillars, and then, for good measure, peeing on it. I mean, he is a monkey. So Wukong backflips all the way back to Buddha's palm like, shows what you know, old man! I made it all the way to the pillars of the universe! And the Buddha's like,
is that so? Well, I have a little plot twist for you. See, one of the perks of enlightenment is that I'm one with everything, and as it turns out, that's not just hyperbole.
Sure enough, written on one of Buddha's fingers is Wukong's graffiti, along with the faintest whiff of monkey pee. Turns out the whole universe is the palm of Buddha's hand. Whoa. So Wukong freaks out and tries to skedaddle, but the Buddha uses more of his Buddha magic to trap him under a mountain, which is also his hand. It's complicated. Which Wukong would ordinarily be able to escape stupidly easily, but then they stick a magic seal on top of the mountain and that's that. And it is here, under this beautiful and scenic locale, that Sun Wukong spends the next 500 years. Last time on the journey to the west, the mischievous Monkey King Sun Wukong, after achieving immortality 6 ways from Sunday, was brought down by the forces of heaven and placed inside Lao Tzu's brazier of the 8 trigrams to be rendered down into an immortal elixir. However, our hero proved too powerful for this scheme and broke free, wreaking even more havoc in heaven. But his reign of terror was abruptly ended when he was imprisoned by the heavenly Buddha beneath the 5 Phases mountain, where he must now wait for a chosen someone to come set him free. So Buddha returns to his home, the Thunderclap Monastery, where he spends a relaxing 500 years writing up 3 baskets of scripture. Now, these 3 scriptures are apparently so powerful that they are capable of redeeming even the most sinful of sinners. Well, sounds fishy to me, but hey, I'm not the guy with the universe in the palm of his hand. So these amazeballs scriptures need to be delivered to the land of the East in order to spread Buddhism to the sinful folk who live there. But there's just one problem. For some reason, Buddha can't deliver them himself, so they need to find someone in the land of the East who can make the journey to the Western Heaven to pick up the scriptures and then return with them. Our friend the Bodhisattva Kuan Yin volunteers to find such a person, and after receiving 5 magical artifacts to give to the scripture pilgrim, she goes off eastward to find someone worthy of making the journey to the West.
Roll credits.
So Kuan Yin and her disciple Moksha head out along the route the scripture pilgrim will have to take, as a way to test the waters and make sure the guy can make it through in the first place. Their first encounter with a murderous river spirit 3 minutes out from the Thunderclap Monastery is not exactly encouraging. But Kuan Yin persuades the guy to chill out and wait for the pilgrim, and then to join and aid him on his quest, with the added bonus that he'll be redeemed for the crime that got him exiled to the river in the first place. He accepts the offer and is given the name Sha Wu Qing, or Sandy for short. Don't ask me how Sandy is short for Sha Wu Qing. So Kuan Yin and Moksha continue on their merry way, whereupon they encounter a pig demon wielding a huge rake. He and Moksha fight for a little bit until he notices Kuan Yin and immediately stops the fight in favor of asking her for forgiveness, because he's made something of a habit of eating people who come along the road. You know, because he's a demon. Kuan Yin again suggests that he join the pilgrim too when he comes along this way and thus be forgiven for the whole eating people thing. And the pig agrees, and Kuan Yin is putting this pilgrim in pretty questionable company. Kuan Yin gives him the name Chu Wu Neng, Pigsy for short, and heads off, leaving Wu Neng to remain strictly vegetarian until the pilgrim arrives. So they continue onwards when, surprise, they encounter yet another charming individual who could potentially help our as yet nebulous pilgrim. Can you tell that this story is the origin of a lot of anime tropes? In this case, our colorful character is a young dragon who accidentally set fire to his dad's palace a little, and for this transgression against fire safety has been sentenced to death by the Jade Emperor. Kuan Yin persuades the Emperor to pardon the young dragon, and then she directs him to a nearby river, where she instructs him to turn into a white horse when the pilgrim passes by to help him reach his destination. Anyway, they continue on, only to encounter an unexpectedly luminous mountain, the Mountain of 5 Phases, and with it the imprisoned Monkey King. So Wukong's like, Kuan Yin, how's it going, girl? Great to see you. It's been really lonely for the past 500 years, you know? Nobody ever comes by to visit. And Kuan Yin's like, yeah, that's great. Listen, I'm about to go find someone to make a pilgrimage for me. He'll be coming by soonish. He's gonna release you from this mountain, and then you need to help him get where he's going. You got that? And Wukong's like, 10-4, good buddy. Yep, I am just all about that virtuous mission. So Kuan Yin and Moksha arrive in the city of Chang'an and disguise themselves so as not to attract too much attention. Then they set about finding the right monk to serve as the protagonist to this little adventure. Speaking of protagonist, here's where the book veers off into a tangent to describe the ludicrously convoluted family history of this dude Xuanzang, who, in case you hadn't already guessed, is our soon-to-be protagonist. Now, Xuanzang has one of the most complicated family histories in all of epic protagonistdom. I won't recount the whole thing here because that would take all day, but basically he's the grandson of an emperor, he's been raised as a monk his whole life after being Mosesed by his mother, and he's the reincarnation of Golden Cicada, an original disciple of the Buddha and a holy being. So Xuanzang is basically the best guy ever, and a total sweetheart despite the wacky circumstances of his birth. So long story short, 3 court officials convene to select a worthy monk for reasons completely unrelated to Kuan Yin's mission, and of course they select Xuanzang, the biggest Boy Scout in all of ancient China. Anyway, Kuan Yin catches wind of this and goes to see if he's worthy of being the scripture pilgrim. She finds her way to the court officials and gives them 2 of the various gifts the Buddha had given her to give to the pilgrim so that they might give them to the most virtuous monk they know. So Xuanzang gets a beautiful robe and a priestly staff, both courtesy of Kuan Yin, and Kuan Yin learns that Xuanzang is the best man for the job. So the Grand Mass, which is the thing that they selected Xuanzang for, happens, wherein Xuanzang has to present a memorial to the Tang Emperor. Kuan Yin takes the opportunity to steal the show by revealing herself in all her glory to the court, and officially requests a volunteer from the audience to go on the pilgrimage to go to the Western Heaven and retrieve the Tripitaka, which is the official name for the thing the Buddha made. Xuanzang obviously volunteers, just as planned, and Xuanzang is given the by-name Tripitaka and sent on his merry way with a horse and 2 attendants to help him. Don't get too attached to them though, as the party is captured by demons almost immediately and Tripitaka's 2 attendants are killed and eaten. Great start. So the demons finish their attendant buffet and bunker down for the night, leaving poor Tripitaka to ponder his exciting future as lunch meat, when suddenly a mysterious old man appears out of nowhere and frees him, and Tripitaka's like,
where the heck did you come from?
And the old man's like, don't ask stupid questions, here's your horse. So Tripitaka and the old man zip out of the cave, and Tripitaka goes to thank him, only to find that he's vanished, leaving a note explaining that he was the gold star of Venus himself, providing a helpful bit of divine intervention. So Tripitaka goes on by himself for about half a day, only to discover that he really doesn't have the constitution for all this questing nonsense, and he and his horse are just about done with everything, when who should come to the rescue but a friendly, boisterous hunter named Po Chin, who spooks all the beasties that were harassing Tripitaka and offers to guide him to his home. So Po Chin and his family have Tripitaka over for dinner, which is slightly awkward because Tripitaka is extremely vegetarian and Po Chin's family hunts all their food, but they handle it gracefully, and Tripitaka further endears himself to the family when he accidentally pacifies the ghost of Po Chin's father, like you do, which prompts Po Chin to offer to guide Tripitaka to the mountain on the border of the Tang Empire to ensure no further hijinks ensue. Did somebody say hijinks? So as it turns out, the mountain they get to is none other than 5 Phases Mountain, where our good buddy Sun Wukong is still languishing. So Wukong's like, yo, kid, you that pilgrim guy? Kuan Yin said you'd be coming by to let me out. And Tripitaka's like,
awesome. How do I do that? That mountain looks kind of heavy.
And Wukong's like, you just gotta climb to the top and peel off the golden seal.
Aww.
So Tripitaka manages to get the seal off the mountain, and after he backs off to the minimum safe distance, Wukong breaks the mountain in half and zips on over. So Tripitaka and Sun Wukong continue westward together, but they've hardly gone 10 feet down the road when suddenly they're beset by bandits. So Wukong's like, don't worry, master, I know exactly what to do in this situation, and proceeds to kill all the bandits with his trusty stick thing. But Tripitaka's like,
son, we don't kill people.
And Wukong's like, I think you mean you don't kill people. And Tripitaka's like,
no, you're Buddhist now. Buddhists do not kill.
And Wukong's like, ooh, look at Mr. Big Shot over here telling me who I can and can't kill. And storms off in a huff, which, if you'll recall his not inconsiderable mobility, means the Monkey King is over the horizon before poor Tripitaka can get a retort out. So Tripitaka heads off on his own for a bit when he runs into a mysterious old woman holding a fancy shirt and cap. So the old lady's like, hey, what's the matter, kid? You look like our super-powered disciple just totally ditched you or something. And Tripitaka's like,
you got it in one, mysterious old woman. If only I had some way to discipline him, maybe the story could actually progress.
And the old woman's like, funny you should say that. May I recommend that you give him these fancy duds, then recite this spell? I have this weird feeling that it'll stop causing so much trouble if you do. And Tripitaka's like,
seems legit.
Then the old lady turns into a beam of light and vanishes because she was really Kuan Yin. So thus far, Tripitaka's 2 for 2 for old people secretly being gods. Meanwhile, Wukong is off having a nice little tea party with the Dragon Emperor, who suggests that he go back to Tripitaka rather than abandoning enlightenment and true immortality over a single argument. Wukong zips back westward, blowing past Kuan Yin in the process, who'd flown over in order to convince him of that very course of action. So Wukong warps back to Tripitaka, who offers him the clothes. Wukong, always a sucker for a new wardrobe, throws them on, finding that they fit him perfectly. He's rather less thrilled to discover that the hat is cursed, and when Tripitaka recites the spell Kuan Yin taught him, it shrinks and gives him a splitting headache. Of course, it wouldn't be much of a cursed artifact if he could take it off, so it's also spot welded to his head. After a few very entertaining minutes of Wukong trying furiously to escape the hat by any means necessary, he eventually resigns himself to the fact that he won't be able to get up to his usual hijinks anymore. So the dynamic duo continue onwards with the balance of power now tilted slightly more evenly, and it doesn't take long before they arrive at a nice calm stream that happens to be home to an enormous F*** you dragon. Wukong nopes the hell out of there with Tripitaka in tow, and the dragon takes the opportunity to eat Tripitaka's horse. So Tripitaka freaks out since without a ride he's stranded, but he's also too scared to let Wukong leave him alone. But a bit of timely divine intervention arrives to protect Tripitaka, leaving Monkey free to confront the dragon. So they fight it out for a bit, but the dragon's like screw it and dives to the river bottom and refuses to come out. Wukong does some magic shenanigans and draws the dragon out again, only for the dragon to turn into a water snake and run away. At this point, Wukong is done, but the local mountain spirits tell him that this dragon is actually under orders by Kuan Yin to help them. So one of the heavenly spirits goes and gets her, and after a brief digression where Wukong vents at her about the cursed hat thing, she draws out the dragon, and Wukong picks a fight with him too. Look, he's had a trying day, alright? Anyway, Kuan Yin gets the dragon to turn into a horse for Tripitaka to replace the one he ate, and then to make Wukong stop sulking, she gives him 3 get-out-of-danger-free magical leaves. So now, with the matter having been resolved to everyone's satisfaction, our dynamic trio continue westward. So anyway, they continue on and arrive at still yet another monastery, run by a sketchy old monk. Long story short, the monk lays eyes on that really fancy monk robe Tripitaka got way back when, it's called a cassock by the way, and takes it into his head to steal it, and to that end he decides the best way to go about it is to burn down his own monastery. Well, that's not very zen of him. So Wukong smells the smoke, weighs his options, and decides the best way to solve the situation without pissing off Tripitaka is to let the monks burn their monastery to the ground. But first he borrows a fireproof cloak from one of his heavenly buddies to make sure Tripitaka and the horse don't burn with it. Is it just me, or is Monkey on shockingly good terms with all the people he beat the hell out of in the last video? The fire eventually burns itself out, and Tripitaka finally wakes up, only for them to find out that during all the confusion, a mountain demon came by and stole the cassock. Also, the patriarch monk killed himself. So anyway, Wukong zips on over to the demon's mountain and they fight, but the demon calls a lunch break and locks himself in his mountain. So Wukong zips back to the ruined monastery for snacks, then returns to the mountain to sneak in. So Wukong disguises himself as the old monk and has a little tea party with the mountain demon, and then they fight more, but the demon runs away again and Wukong decides to call in the cavalry. He goes to Kuan Yin, and together they figure out another way to sneak in and get the cassock back. Kuan Yin disguises herself as a Taoist friend of the demons, and Monkey King disguises himself as a present from that friend, a pill of immortality. Long story short, Wukong beats up the demon from the inside, ew. Kuan Yin retrieves the cassock, and Wukong returns it to Tripitaka and they continue on their merry way. Will Sun Wukong learn to value friendship over his impulsive desires? Will Tripitaka succeed in his quest to the Thunderclap Monastery? Will that stupid horse ever remember he can fly? Find out next time on Journey to the West. Last time on the Journey to the West, the virtuous monk Tripitaka set out on his journey to the Thunderclap Monastery, where he was soon joined by the powerful but foolhardy Sun Wukong. Though the Monkey King was originally too stubborn and reckless to be controlled, Kuan Yin saved Tripitaka from an early end to his story by inflicting a cursed restraining bolt on the uncontrollable Monkey King, forcing Wukong to finally put someone else's needs before his own. After defeating a monstrous river dragon, who then joined their team, the trio soon found themselves faced with new perils, for the mountains are full of greedy and murderous demons, and our heroes have a very long way left to go. So our heroes continue westward and arrive at the outskirts of a nearby village, where Wukong notices an apparently unusual-looking young man. He immediately grabs the kid and starts interrogating him about the village, and although he's unsurprisingly rather reluctant to answer, the young man, whose name is Cao Tsai, eventually spills that something's actually amiss, and the village isn't quite so idyllic as it looks. See, a while back, a big ugly monster shapeshifted into a handsome dude and married a young woman from Cao Tsai's extended family. Then after the marriage, he, let himself go a little, and his father-in-law, the patriarch of the family, objected rather strenuously to having such a hideous monster as a son-in-law, so he sent Cao Tsai out to find someone to exorcise the demon, which has so far been unsuccessful. Now, of course, Monkey's like, boy, are you in luck, I happen to be an expert at kicking demon ass. So they enter the village and talk to the patriarch, who confirms that 3 years ago, the super handsome dude showed up asking for his youngest daughter's hand in marriage. The patriarch agreed, but the handsome dude turned out to be an ugly shape-shifting pig demon instead. I'd make an online dating joke, but I'm more surprised by the fact that, with shape-shifting as ubiquitous as it is in this world, why doesn't this kind of thing happen more often? So anyway, even though the pig demon's a pretty hard-working guy, he's super ugly and kind of possessive, and all the patriarch really wants is his daughter back, and for the pig dude to not be affiliated with him or his family anymore. So in this exciting episode, Sun Wukong gets to serve divorce papers. So Wukong casually rescues the patriarch's daughter, yeah, like that'd be hard for him, and then shapeshifts to look like her and lies in wait for the pig demon. Soon enough, the demon returns and Wukong's like, oh man, darling, my parents are just being so rude about us. I hear they're getting someone to exorcise you. Oh, no need to worry, sweet cheeks, there's no exorcist alive that can hurt me. I think they said his name was Sun Wukong? Well, it's been fun, sweetheart, but I need to go disappear for a few... Where are you going, darling? So they fight, and Wukong chases him back to his secret lair at Cloudy Path's cave, and along the way he learns that the pig demon actually used to be a member of the Court of Heaven, who got sloppy drunk, hit on a woman way too many times, and got turned into a monster and kicked out of heaven as punishment. He would have been executed, but our boy the Gold Star of Venus intervened on his behalf. Not to be jaded, but that kind of seems like the only thing the Gold Star of Venus does. So then they fight, and it's awesome, but then the pig demon calls a timeout and runs away. So Wukong returns to Tripitaka and fills him in, and takes a moment to sass the patriarch Cao for being a pretty bad father-in-law to his relatively hardworking demon son. son-in-law. And then he zips back to fight the pig demon again. So they fight some more, and eventually Monkey asks why the pig demon's fighting him with a rake, and the demon's like, "A rake? Ha! This is no ordinary rake. One blow from this and your very soul will be rent asunder." You were saying, "I think I'd like to surrender now, please." So as it turns out, this rake-wielding pig demon is the very same rake-wielding pig demon that Kuan Yin enlisted to help Tripitaka. So after Monkey learns this, he takes the pig, whose name, as you may recall, is Pigsy, back to meet Tripitaka, who's overjoyed to have another disciple to help him out. Everything is resolved shockingly quickly, and the patriarch cow throws a big fancy banquet for a newly expanded troop of heroes, and then our protagonists continue on their way. So shortly thereafter, they encounter a friendly Zen master known as the Crow's Nest.
I learned quite recently that I am just about as tall as a Garchomp, which both fills me with a little bit of confidence and also makes me very scared, because that means the Garchomp is eye height with me. And if I were to stumble across one on the streets, I would have to gaze deep into its soul as it likely chopped my head off. But now Frank has used video effects. That's what video VFX stands for. Is that what VFX stands for? Is that what VFX stands for? I don't actually know. That might not be right. To reveal the true scale of Pokemon comparative to, I assume, Frank as a human being. And we're gonna take a look at it, because Frank always makes the best videos, as we know. And this one, oh, you can already see them. Look at it all. Oh my god, are they all gonna be in this? I guess the one behind this is like the average tree is behind it, with the average flowers. You can already see Dedenne, you can see Floette, you can see the Klefki. I'm sorry, those are some really big keys. I don't know what locks those really big keys are gonna be fit in, but we'll find out, I suppose.
All the way down there. That is 800 Pokemon.
The Dynamax ones are in this too? Oh, that's really sick. Wow. Wait a minute. Dynamax Pokemon are really big.
Properly scaled from smallest to largest.
Oh, and they look sick too. I just saw a Pikachu
And we're going to
flying.
be taking a little bit of a walk today so you can see, you know, how they...
Wait. I'm sorry. Was Walk and Wake right next to Groudon? Can we zoom in hands on that? Hold on.
And we're
Can I just pause so we got Groudon? And then
today.
that's Walk and Wake, isn't it? Surely Walk and Wake is not bigger than a
So
Groudon.
you can see, you know,
Right.
how they look compared to me, a hulking 6'4" meat mountain of a man.
Yeah, as someone who has met Frank many times, I can confirm that he is absolutely massive and also very, very strong and handsome. Any ladies out there that want to date Frank? You'd be lucky. You'd be really lucky
So
too.
yeah, these 8 guys are the smallest in the series, only measuring about 4 inches tall, and that includes Flabebe and the other guy. Even though they don't look like it, the flowers aren't actually counted in their measurement. But then that
Wait, that just means that Flabebe just does it fly? How does it get around? How does it do anything, actually? Surely it can't fly with the breeze. Oh, God. This is going to make me realize that Pokemon have really terrible lives. I mean, I know Comfey can levitate and fly, but what is it? It's just a floating head.
kind of begs the question, like, how is a Pokemon even measured? Like, what's included, what's not included? What direction are they even measured from? It sounds like a stupid question.
I would assume that they're measured from whatever is like the longest points. Because a snake's height, you can't just measure from the ground to the top of the snake. That wouldn't make any sense. You have to measure the length of the snake. But when it comes to something that stands up straight, you can't measure the length of something this way. That's the width, right? So you have to measure it from whatever the tallest tip is.
I thought it was until making this video, but there are so many different Pokemon that are measured in so many different ways, and the Pokedex only gives us one height measurement. So normal-ish.
You don't even get like length. You don't get like
Pokemon are just measured head to toe as you'd expect, except sometimes they include the ears, sometimes they don't.
Sometimes they wait. How can you tell that they're not including the ears
also,
though?
Fish and snake Pokemon are always measured.
Oh my god, Ekans is a long boy. That's a big fella.
By length, and contrary to popular belief, bird Pokemon are not measured by wingspan.
Magikarp's a big fish. You could feed a family with that though. In the lore, apparently Magikarps taste very bad. Apparently it's quite disgusting to eat. You know, it doesn't taste bad. It tastes really good. Baby gamer subs using code POWER for some delicious.
Apparently, being only from head to toe, like the normal guys. So that was news to me. Rotom is kind of weird, being only a foot tall in all of its forms, and that's how big it actually is
Only
in the
a foot
games.
tall?
But apparently, it's supposed to take the size of the appliance.
Right, yes, exactly. So maybe they just take the appliance and they shrink it with their magical ghost-like capabilities. No, it's supposed to just be the appliance, right? Have we seen that in the show? Is Rotom oven really just tiny? Is Rotom fridge? You can't put anything in this Rotom fridge. That tiny one down there? I can't fit a sandwich in there. Where am I gonna put my bloody milk?
So I tried to, I don't know, just like eyeball that. And it's pretty cool. I wish it actually.
Wait, the cutting in this is insane. The green screen is crazy in this video. Does he have? He also have like multiple cameras that he cuts between, like one that faces like head on, and then like an off-angle camera that you can walk past as well. That's insane.
You also have Mesprit.
Because you feel like you're getting like that close. If you feel like you're walking with him at some points, and you feel like you're kind of watching a video at some points.
being the shortest legendary trio, and Manaphy for some reason is 4 inches shorter than its baby, which I don't.
Then Fione? Oh, that's weird. Maybe it takes like the heads thing into account.
I don't really get that. But I guess while we're talking about legendaries and mythicals, let's just get it out of the way. Because Moam is obviously the smallest legendary. Like we
look at that little thing. Look at it. It can fit in the palm of your hands. or it couldn't, because it would destroy your hand, because it weighs like 7,000 kilograms. So if you try to put it in your hands and it wasn't levitating, you wouldn't have a hand anymore, or maybe arm, and maybe leave life at that point.
Earlier, the biggest being Eternatus, the smallest mythical, you're going to be looking at Shaman Land, and the tallest mythical is going to be Hoopa Unbound.
Well, he is unbound. He's unbound from silly restraints like height.
Boys being the smallest starter Pokemon with superior, oh my god, just snakes are cheating is what you're gonna find out now, honestly. Snakes are just blatantly cheating when it comes to height.
Oh my god, the Sobble is so sad. You see the Sobble crying down there? Poor thing.
Moving into the 1 foot 8 inch territory, we got a bunch of starters like Squirtle and Cyndaquil and Chimchar and Tepig and blah 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 blah. Who cares?
And my favorite starter, Voltorb.
Why is he here? Why is he so big? He's built like a beef Wellington.
A beef Wellington? That is something I want to try one day. I want to go to Gordon Ramsay's special restaurant. I bet it costs a lot, though. I bet it costs so much, though. I bet it's ridiculously expensive to get a beef Wellington from a Gordon Ramsay restaurant. Just might as well make it yourself. Don't be that hard, right?
And it's just because his ears. They just don't include his ears in the height. So he's just measured head to toe. And now he's just this I don't get it, man. I don't get it.
Whoa, Lotad is bigger than I expected it to be. That's a big fella.
Hey, would you look at that? We got Charmander coming in at the 2 foot line, as well as 96 other Pokemon.
They're all 2 foot tall? Wait, Greeding can't be 2 foot tall. Does it not measure the tail? I guess it wouldn't measure the tail, it's just tip to toe, right? But the tip is the tail. The tip of the tail is the tip, and the toe it's on the feet.
Making it the most common height in the game. And
oh god, Clefairy's eyes being open. Oh no. Oh god, Clefairy, please close those eyes.
4, oh my god. Shut up. It's my friend Vinny.
Dude, that's messed up. Vinny's at least twice that tall. At least twice.
Oh, dude. I'm so glad he can make it.
That's tough. Oh my god, he's walking on a walking pad while he makes this? That's how he made the video? Dude, this guy is so freaking smart. Are you kidding me? That's insane. He must have a laptop up with like maybe a script, or maybe he's just like off the dome. You can't be doing this off the dome. I mean, he's smart, but no one's that smart, right? So he just green screens out the walking pad? I'm gonna say, how does he do this?
Anyways,
wait, his feet are still in it. Wait, how's that possible? How do you get rid of the walking pad but not the feet?
Tinkertuff and Tinkerton.
You can see the bottom of his shoes. How's he done that? That's insane.
The same size, which I just think is cute and quirky. The only thing that changes is obviously the size of their hammer, which is not included in the measurement. It's
and the strength of the thing. Goodness
kind
me.
of crazy, but Chikorita is the tallest like first stage starter. He's about as tall as like a lot of the middle stage starters, like Robile and Quilava.
They count the leaf though, right? They've got to count the leaf.
Buskin, so that's cool. Man, isn't it crazy how Chandelure is 3'3" despite being 4 times the size of every other 3'3" Pokemon?
What? What? No, there's gotta be a way we can make this work. It must be 3'3" from, oh my god, wait, how does this work? I was gonna say from the tip of the flame to the bottom of the Chandelure, right? But now that I'm looking at the Krokorok next to it, the tip of the flame to the bottom of the Chandelure is about the height of the Krokorok, because it's not measuring from the tip to the middle of the Chandelure, because the Krokorok's bigger than that. So, oh my god, what is happening with this thing?
Sure, you get rid of the fire, you get rid of the arms. Yeah, he's 3'3", whatever.
Oh, never mind. Okay, I'm an idiot. I'm sorry. I'm just dumb. Sorry. Yeah. Wow. Wait. That single section of Chandelure being 3'3" actually terrifies me.
Okay, here's my issue. I don't even have an issue with
where's Golok's eyes? Does he turn off?
The scale. I actually think the size of all of these Pokemon are great. I think it's phenomenal. But the issue,
the Sylveon. What's the issue, Frank? Tell us what the issue is.
The measurement. Like 3'3" on Chandelure is obviously not the same as 3'3" on Fracture, and it's because the way they choose to apply the measurement just is arbitrary. I mean, there's some rules to it, right?
Yeah, I don't think they thought that anyone was gonna look too deeply into this. They were just like, we'll just throw down some numbers that kind of make sense. They're probably fine. I mean, the 8-year-olds playing this aren't gonna be looking in depth into the height statistics, are they?
But it's like, what is the point?
But then Frank took a look at it. They didn't expect Frank to take a look at it, did they?
A measurement in the Pokedex, if it's not going to be able to be used to properly compare the sizes of Pokemon.
I think they want like a general height. Like they'll say it's generally like average around there. Because, you know, you see a Pokemon, you wonder like, okay, well, how big is this thing if I were to compare this to a person? Is it knee height? Is it chest height? Is it bigger than a person? They want like a roundabout estimation of where it probably is. Like Subnoodle, obviously Subnoodle's not in the Pokedex, because, as we all know, Subnoodle is not a Pokemon, but if you were to put Subnoodle in the Pokedex, which you wouldn't because he's not a Pokemon, so you can't sue me, Nintendo, you'd say he's about like, well, I don't know, is that a foot in height? I don't know, how big is my head? Is my head a foot? Just less than, maybe? But you want a rough estimation, like, and not every Subnoodle out there is gonna be this height, because, you know, they grow in different ways. Like for example, there's this Subnoodle. This Subnoodle is small. My cat.
Like, I don't know, whatever, I'm stupid. Famously, Lucario.
I still don't know how he's done this walking path.
Way shorter than people think. But the good news is that he's actually the second tallest fighting and steel type.
Wow. Oh, well, there was quite a gap there. Yes.
And then you got a Pokemon like Magnezone, who, despite being the same height, is obviously, you know, I mean, you could ride him. Like,
Christ, that's a bloody magnet. I wish I could figure out how magnets work. Does anyone know how magnets work?
People ride him like a flying Ford F-150. It's a real thing people do in the anime. It's actually kind of insane.
Oh, that's sick.
Anyways, if I had to put all of these, you know, sub 4-foot Pokemon into perspective, I would
wait. Electric looks tiny.
Say they're about 24 watches, like tall. And if I had to like maybe put a brand name on those watches for the sake of advertising, I would maybe say Holzkern watches, perhaps the sponsor of today's video.
Yeah, I'd say Holzkern watches. I mean, Holzkern watches are pretty good.
Also,
and by pretty good, I mean fantastic.
Salazzle, by the way.
I'm not sponsored, by the way, to say that. I mean, I have been sponsored in the past, but right now I'm not being sponsored.
Clearly measured in length. Brother is built like a box of Tic Tacs, but anyways, Holzkern's great. They're a watch and jewelry company for men and women. It's a great gift.
Wait, this is a great ad. He's just like continually does the smallest Reggie, by the way.
Or maybe even an untimely birthday sort of situation.
Untimely birthday? I don't know if you can have an untimely. In fact, I'd say it's the most asteroid using code. Oh yeah, no, that's the present. The one case
pieces are the same height, which make natural materials, so every single watch and jewelry piece is unique. Also, Wiggle and Wug Trio, by the way, are the same. Oh my god, almost tripped and died. Wiggle and Wug Trio are the same height, which makes sense.
I mean, yeah, there is just 3 of them, right?
When you think about it, but it was interesting.
Also, why does Wiglet has a different texture in his nose compared to Wug Trio is more smooth?
Me to learn. But yeah, I ended up getting their Witty Marble and Walnut watch, which, I mean, damn. I mean, just look at it. It's, you know, it's nice. It's not. I'm not like a big watch guy, but it is nice, especially going out to dinner. Or, you know,
nice.
Maybe
which he does. He does. I have to dash into the night like so cute.
November 19th. They are guaranteed.
Oh, it's a little bit late for that, but you can still use code Asteroid at Holzkern.
Thank you, Holzkern, for. Man, if you thought Miss Drevis was big, whew, you might want to sit down for this next one.
Okay.
Bro,
I am
built like a beef Wellington.
Another beef Wellington. It's been 6 minutes and we have 2 beef Wellington Pokemon. And what is? Whoa, Iron Valiant. I think someone turned off the Iron Valiant. Someone hit the Windows shutdown on the Iron Valiant. Bro, it looks like he's blue screened.
But I mean, it's true. Have you seen a beef Wellington? Anyways, Venomoth also being about the size of a 2019 all-wheel drive Nissan Altima. Shockingly big. I mean, dude, bro's almost 5 feet tall. It's actually kind of insane.
So he could get in the car. Wait, do you think him only is legal to drive a car?
Similarly, Pyroar is about a foot taller than the average lion, and Trevenant is about 20 feet shorter than the average tree. Also, Delphox and... I'm glad they can make it. They're here. If you guys thought Fluttermane was big.
Yeah? Jesus! Wait, so Haunter gets smaller when it evolves into Gengar? Crikey.
Why is he so big?
He's 5'3".
Anyways, I'm so mad at Enamorus. All of the incarnate form genies were the exact same size, and then Enamorus comes around, just ruins the whole thing.
Oh, by being slightly taller? That's actually, I wonder why Enamorus isn't, Enamorus is like the female one, isn't it? So maybe in the genie genus, in the genie species genus, the females are just bigger than the males.
And as far as the Therian forms go, I mean, yeah, like Lander T is the smallest, and then Thunderous Therian somehow.
Why is it a turtle? Wait, 9'10"? What?
How is the biggest? But I think it's because, well, actually, I know why. It's because he's measured by length, and whatever, snakes are cheating and et cetera, et cetera.
Wait, what's going on? It's not a snake though. But was it to get measured from the tail? Wait, the Theory and Thunderous, is it the head? Oh, it's the head thing, isn't it? It's the head thing. It's 100% the head thing.
Anyways, coming in at 5'4", we actually have my friend Vinny, but honestly, it's not that much less embarrassing. Coming in at 5'4", we actually have my friend Vinny, but honestly, it's not that much less embarrassing considering he lost to a Golduck.
That's funny because I think Vinny's favorite Pokemon is Charizard, and he's the same height as a Charizard as well.
All these Pokemon, by the way, they're about, he lost to a Golduck. About the size of a fridge. Or like 11 pineapples kind of just like stacked on top of each other. So food for thought.
Nice.
Oh, no way. It's my friends Dylan and Rich. How's it going?
Nice. Let's go. So where are we now, guys?
Embarrassing. Not even cracking the top 300.
That's great. Where are we now, guys?
Embarrassing. Not even cracking the top 300.
That's great. Wait, Rich is taller than that, right? I think Rich is taller. Is Rich not taller than that? No, he is. Rich is totally taller than that.
Really sad. I mean, listen, who
Rich is definitely. I mean, I don't know about Dylan. Maybe
knows, right? Maybe they could hit another growth spurt. Some sort of like miracle can happen, and Christmas came early. But no, they are just that tall. Also, Furret, another contentious one. A lot of people thought he was measured head to toe.
Okay. So my height. Last time I was measured, my height was 6'1". So I'm excited to see what Pokemon are around here, which is I think 186 centimeters or like 187 maybe. I don't know.
He's not.
Somewhere around there.
He's not. It's length. Less girth, more length. Forecast calls for some more starters here, with Primarina and Incineroar being tied for the tallest Gen 7 starter and Quaquaval being the tallest Gen 9 starter.
Arcanine! Oh my god, I love Arcanine so much. Wait. This means I can ride an Arcanine. Right, I can't. I can't actually ride an Arcanine. They're not real.
Okay. All right, fine. I'll address the elephant in the room. Arcanine represented a pretty big turning point in the list, okay?
Yeah?
And, moving forward, I will be shorter than every other Pokemon. But
Wait, this is like where I am. Yeah, this is the card shop. This is where I am. So this is all the Pokemon I am about as tall as. We actually want to see exactly how tall Arcanine is. Okay, Arcanine is Arcanine is just slightly taller than me by about an inch or two. Wow, it just means that we were meant to be soul brothers.
I don't want to hear it. Okay, I was still taller than 84% of the roster.
Okay, that's solid.
My stature is, it cannot be undermined how freakishly tall I am.
and he's massive, like so massive. He walks into a room and all you see is his massive biceps.
Anyways, yeah. Gurfy!
Gurfy!
What's up? No way! Oh, dude. Okay, yeah, it'd be weird if I was taller than Gurfy. I love him. He's such a good guy. By the way, this is completely unrelated, but I think I'm gonna put all of like the entire line, me walking the entirety of it, up for members. So I know we've kind of been skipping, parts of it here.
Sick.
But if you want
All
to see
right.
the whole unedited thing with like fresh commentary, consider becoming a member. Coming in at 7 foot, we have
that was a good member promotion right there. That was a very good member promotion, Frank.
Boom, who is only about like 12 inches taller. It's really not even that big of a difference. Torterra is the tallest Gen 4.
He's a funny guy. I mean, Torterra's got a bloody tree on him. Of course he's gonna be tall, right?
Alligator's the tallest Gen 2 starter, and Mega Venusaur is the tallest Gen 1 starter.
Where is he?
I don't have his model, so just like just pretend. He's like the size of Rhyperior. Damn,
Frank, you just walked through a Mamoswine tusk. Does someone shut down the Golok too? Why is he turned off? Holy blade and Jesus! That's a big sword that Zacian has.
Juice, bro's built like a mini fridge, like a big mini fridge,
like a really large mini fridge. Some might call it a fridge.
Anyways, yeah, we got Zacian's Zamazenta. Weezing actually is the biggest Galarian guy, so that's pretty exciting.
No wonder. You've seen the hats? Of course he
Here at
is.
the same height as Kyurem, you would normally find Xerneas, which is the tallest fairy type, but unfortunately, due to some health concerns, he wasn't able to make it today, so...
Oh, yeah, I've heard Xerneas has been coming down with the flu recently and had food poisoning from eating too many rotten acorns in the woods, because Xerneas may be a legendary Pokemon and the kind of god of life of the world, but it is still a fucking deer, so it still eats those acorns. Do they eat acorns? Does anyone know?
We're thinking about him, and yeah.
Yeah, you should go and post on its Facebook page and say,
Damn, God, God is thick. God is vertical.
For a god, not that impressive.
Thick. Woo! Also, we got Slitherwing, the tallest bug and the tallest fighting type.
Wow.
It's pretty rare for a Pokemon to be the tallest of both of its types. But bro does it.
Superior?
I mean, towering over Joltik and Cutiefly as the smallest bug guys, and Palmo as the smallest fighting guy. Ever since Delmise and his 13-foot height was released, people thought he looked like this. Like a girthy...
Oh my god! Jesus Christ! What?
Lack of a better word, Beef Wellington of a man.
Okay, we're 10 minutes in and we've had 3 Beef Wellingtons.
But no, I think it's the chain. I think the chain...
Oh, yes. Yes, no, that would make a lot more sense.
...is what gives him the height. Kyogre's so depressing, man. I mean, that's a real whale behind him.
Oh, yeah. I've always thought that Kyogre would be quite small for what is supposed to be the largest mammal in the world.
It's not even a competition. It's really sad. But the
Dunsparce doesn't even look that tall.
Dunsparce actually is the tallest. Well, he's the tallest normal type Pokemon, but only in his 3-segment form. In his
yeah, I mean, you need the extra segment, of course.
2-segment form, he gets beat by Regigigas. It's actually pretty funny. Rayquaza is actually a Pokemon that is not.
Wow! Oh, wow! God, what is happening here?
Scaled correctly in Scarlet and Violet. He's 35% bigger in the game than what he's actually supposed to look like. I put a little comparison there, so you can see the difference.
Rayquaza's tiny. I'm sorry. Why are Groudon and Kyogre intimidated by Rayquaza? That thing is tiny.
We're
gonna see Groudon's gonna be 7,000% taller than us.
It's crazy. I mean, I get it, right? Like, he's so tiny. Like, of course, you'd want to buff him up a little bit, make him look a little cooler. But man, it's funny. It's the curse or the blessing of snake Pokemon. Like, we have Onix here, who is technically the tallest rock type and technically the tallest not fully evolved Pokemon as well.
God, Celesteela is just a building in and of itself.
On paper, when Rayquaza Mega Evolves, it gains a bunch of height, but really, it's just like the body is the same. It just
gets a little streamer at the end.
Gains the streamers.
Yeah, like literally the streamer
and
at the
then,
end.
like the thing at the top.
What? Alolan Exeggutor is so big. Look at Frank and look at Alolan Exeggutor. Tell me that's not insane. That's ridiculous.
That's it. So it's not actually really, getting bigger. Also, Alolan Exeggutor is another Pokemon that was significantly changed in the actual game. He is way smaller in Scarlet and Violet than what he's...
Yeah, that guy is insane. That is ridiculously
actually
large.
Supposed to look like. And finally, coming in at a record-breaking 47 feet and 7 inches, we have Wailord.
Wow. You know what? Very, quite close to an actual whale.
He's the biggest. Thanks for watching, guys.
Let's go.
If you enjoyed, like button and subscribe.
But the time... Oh my God.
G-Max Pokemon were introduced in Sword and Shield as this temporary battle mechanic where your Pokemon would get really big and porked. Corviknight here is actually the smallest of all the G-Max Pokemon, coming in at about 45 feet tall. Now,
but he's the biggest bug.
I didn't put all of them on here simply because of the fact that, my hand kind of was hurting by this point, so... Forgive me, but right now we're approaching the size of like small buildings, lighthouses, telephone poles, that sort of thing. Fun fact.
Oh my God, Corviknight has like fighter jets that are just actually really big birds that fly alongside it. That's really... Corviknight G-Max is like an aircraft carrier, but it's in the air. It's an aircraft carrier.
About 6,000 regular Gengars could fit inside of G-Max Gengar, and then about 6.69 times 10 to the 22nd power G-Max Gengars could fit inside the sun. And it gets even better because I lied to you. Eternatus is actually the biggest Pokemon. Even bigger than 5 G-Max Pokemon, which is insane. Now, obviously, he is measured, tail to head, which makes him a little underwhelming.
Chonkachu is a big fella. Look at him. He just wants to
by comparison, but,
what's really funny is the Cinderace Gigantamax, he doesn't really get that big. He just stands on a really big fireball instead.
We take those. Height is height, as they say in the Pokemon world. And I hope you're hungry for Beef Wellington because
no, okay, we're 13 minutes in. The Beef Wellington count is at 4 now.
We got Cinderace and Charizard and Rillaboom and Inteleon. Inteleon is actually the biggest that a starter has ever been.
But also not really, because I mean, if you look at it, it doesn't really get. I don't think it gets that much bigger. Oh Christ, actually that's Frank down there. Oh my god, my mouse is completely covering Frank down here. And oh no, he gets really big. Oh my god, what in God's name? Why did they make them so large?
He wins. He wins the starter thing. That's the guy. But finally, for real this time, the moment you've all been waiting for.
Here we go.
Eternamax Eternidus. Sitting
Yeah.
at 328 feet tall, it just barely hits the height requirement to be classified as a skyscraper. It sits at around the height of a vertical football field, or about 493 bananas for scale. It's about
That's
the size
way too
of
much
the Statue of
potassium.
Liberty with the base, and that is small, right? It's small. Well, it's big, like for Pokemon standards, but he's not as big as I thought he'd be. Like, I prepped the tallest skyscraper in the world as like this hype comparison.
Yeah.
But now, like, I'm embarrassed to even show you guys.
No, show it, please. Isn't that in like Saudi Arabia or Dubai or something? I mean, it's not that good, I guess.
It's all about perspective, right? Like, compared to Joltik, I mean, he might be the original beef. Well, he might be Wellington.
Okay, wait, the Wellington comes at 5. Now we're at 14 minutes, 30 seconds.
But thanks for watching, guys. Check out Holstern if you want to get some banging jewelry, if you want to win White Elephant this year. And I will see you guys next time.
Yay!
My legs hurt.
Good job, Frank. He's been walking for a while. Hey, that was sick. That was so good. God, he's so good at making freaking videos, man.